the very first episode of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier. I'm the co-founder of Giant Health, and I'd like to thank all of our audience who are dialing in our virtual event from around the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello, I'd like to also introduce my colleague, Shafi Ahmed. Hello, Shafi.
Hello, everyone, and a big welcome from me and to all of our audiences from Europe. So it's going to be bonjour, guten tag, hey, and hola to all our audiences from around Europe. I'm Shafi Ahmed. I'm the chairman of Giant Health.
Thank you, Shafi. So once again, welcome to the first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. The week is sponsored by Giant Health. Giant is an acronym which stands for Global Innovation and New Technology. For 7 years, Giant has been running the International Health Tech Innovation event called the Giant Health Event. That event is referred to by the Financial Times as Europe's largest, most valuable annual health tech event. What we're bringing together is a global community of nearly 200,000 people, everybody from around Europe whose business is healthcare, tech, and innovation. We'd like to thank our primary sponsors for the week, which include Vodafone Business, Barclays Bank Eagle Labs, Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company. Thank you very much to our sponsors and our knowledge partners. We love working with you guys, and we're grateful for your valuable support.
So what is the European Health Tech Innovation Week? Well, this is the first time we've had the opportunity to run a 5-day conference across 5 cities across Europe. Liverpool in the UK, Paris in France, Berlin in Germany, and Stockholm, Sweden, and Barcelona in Spain. We've been asked by many of our participants and sponsors and people who work with us and who collaborate with us to bring the European health tech community together to really celebrate the world of innovation. The last year of the pandemic, we've seen amazing innovations take place to manage the pandemic on a global level. Let's celebrate these innovations together and bring forward this community of our Giant Health compatriots to discuss that further in the next few days. So thank you for joining us.
So I'd like to bring you a little bit more background about the origins of Giant Health and why we have created and we're running our first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. Giant has been going for 7 years, and what we're doing is we're collecting and serving the entire community of everybody across Europe whose business is healthcare, technology, and innovation. We're addressing some of the biggest challenges in society and healthcare, where every year in each country, you have more demand for healthcare services due to things like an aging population and the growth of chronic diseases like diabetes and obesity. So every year there's more demand for healthcare services, but of course there's always limited budgets. But the benefit of technology innovation is that we can deliver better healthcare services to larger population for lower costs. A simple example, of course, is telemedicine. Everybody has been able to telephone their doctor and to talk about their ailments and to seek advice from their doctor and perhaps even get a diagnosis for many, many years. But it's only very recently, for example, even with the pandemic, that the growth of telemedicine and remote consultations and remote monitoring, remote diagnosis by the use of additional new technologies has become more common and accepted. So that's a great simple example how with tech innovation, you can achieve better healthcare outcomes at lower cost. And that's the type of thing that Giant is all about. Our vision is to improve the health and the well-being of people around the world by facilitating innovation in healthcare and supporting health tech entrepreneurs. We'd also like to announce another important element of European Health Tech Innovation Week, and that's the valuable networking opportunities which are available to you. So everybody who's participating today, we ask you to take advantage of the valuable and worthwhile networking services that you can make use of. Giant Health, the main sponsor of European Health Tech Innovation Week, has created our own in-house virtual event platform with fabulous networking facilities. So you can reach out to anybody that you want to contact for business purposes, and you can engage with them directly during this virtual event. So we encourage you to network. Obviously, there's enormous value in meeting new people, making new friends, making new contacts for your business, whether you're looking for a job, looking for an investor, whether you're looking for new customers, whether you're looking for new suppliers. Please, we encourage everybody to make the best use of the networking services. And Shafi, what else is an important part of today's episode?
So later on, Barry, there'll be an important announcement that myself, you, Barry, and Tony Kyprios will be discussing and launching. We're going to be launching the Digital Therapeutics Impact Ventures, a new concept to really tackle the greatest challenges in healthcare by accelerating and fostering innovation in digital health. And hopefully we'll share that with you later this morning by the official announcement of this new venture.
Welcome to day 4 of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier. I'm the founder and CEO of Giant Health, and I'm joined by my colleague, Professor Shafi Ahmed.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, of course, with you from around Europe during this amazing Health Tech Innovation Week. And so I'm really excited by today's amazing speakers and the event that we're going to put on for you. And I'm looking particularly forward to Dr. Sophie Park talking about the future of digital health collaborations. And she's the Chief Strategist for the G4A Digital Health Investments and Partnership Initiatives for Bayer. And also later on, we'll be talking about data, a key part, of course, of the future of personalized healthcare. And Thomas Koenig, who's CEO at Better, we're talking a bit about how data will impact all of our lives. What about you, Barry?
Well, thank you, Shafi. And welcome once again, everybody, to day 4 of European Health Tech Innovation Week. We're in Stockholm, and this is a program, a one-day agenda, focusing on the Swedish and the Scandinavian market, with a lot of sponsors and exhibitors and speakers that have brilliant healthcare tech innovations from Sweden and the broader Scandinavian region to showcase. One of the most important necessities in healthcare is innovation. The only way we're going to be able to deliver better health outcomes at lower cost is by innovating and by introducing new technologies. But innovation itself can only happen with finance. You have to fund new innovators, and you have to support healthcare tech startups and scale-ups. You have to give them the finance they need to get their businesses off the ground and to grow successfully. So one of the most important things we have today in the Stockholm conference is a 2-hour session where startups and healthcare scale-ups are pitching to investors. We have an outstanding lineup of numerous healthcare startups and vetted healthcare scale-ups who have superb innovations, and they're going to be pitching live to an important European audience of professional healthcare industry-focused technology investors. So looking forward to that as well, Shafi. Thank you very much.
Hello, Giant Health. My name is Sophie Park. I am the Chief Strategist for Bayer G4A, and we're very excited to be here today. Also, thank you to the Giant Health organizers for such an awesome event. We're very excited to be here, and I'll jump right in and start. I'm going to talk to you today about the future of collaboration between corporates and digital health startups. Before we begin, I wanted to give you a little bit of a background on who we are at Bayer G4A and what we do. So we're a team out here that works with digital health startups and companies in the ecosystem. We have a vision for to bring health for all through digital health. We do this by scaling digital health to create impact, empower lives, and change the experience of health. And what you will notice throughout some of these slides is that our true mission and vision are ingrained in the 3 pillars of equity, access, and sustainability in healthcare. So what do we do? In a nutshell, we are the bridge between the digital health ecosystem and innovators with teams at Bayer. We offer commercial partnerships, co-creation, M&A, large investments. We also look at early stage acceleration and investments. We've been doing this within the digital health landscape for almost 10 years now. So we've seen quite a bit happen. I also want to mention that, Bayer G4A focuses on people-centered and personalized solutions. So what does that really mean? Here you sort of see the biopharmaceutical value chain. You have the drug manufacturing, you have distribution, and you have the dispensing. Here we add sort of like the people-centered solutions. So underneath you have the digital health segments and verticals that you see here. You have operations and care management. You have omics, personalized medicine. This is like the CRISPR technology. But where G4A really focuses on is the people-centered personalized solutions. And I will get to what I mean by that towards the end of my talk here. But to define that briefly, it's virtual health solutions and tools, mobile digital health. This is digital therapeutics, personalized health tools. We also have biometrics and wearables, health information tools such as, search services. This is scheduling, patient engagement software. This is also telemedicine, what we are all very familiar with as of recently. Briefly on some of our collaborations to give an idea, we truly believe that collaborations start small and collaborations start at an eye level. So we've partnered with Blackford Analysis. They are actually a platform that is able to access and quickly analyze a variety of medical imaging. We partnered with Blackford recently through our radiology teams. And really what we are trying to do here is to build products and solutions with their AI imaging systems to better serve our radiology customers and patients. For Sidekick, they are a gamified behavior change platform. And, they really are designed to help users manage and prevent chronic and lifestyle related conditions. So Sidekick actually recently entered a partnership with us. They came through one of our tracks. They are working with our patients with peripheral arterial disease, and we actually initially ran a pilot in Sweden, which was very successful. So now we are looking at expanding this collaboration. So this just gives you an idea of who we are as Bayer G4A, where we come from, the people we work with. Now I want to take you. So what is the future of collaborations, whether it's with corporates, whether it's with pharma? But before we begin, I want to really define what digital health means. And some of you may know, but a lot of products and solutions in the market now enter one of these verticals that you see here. So we define digital health as the convergence of technologies with healthcare, living, society, and it really enhances and ultimately it is meant to enhance the efficiency of care delivery to make medicines and access more personalized, sustainable, and precise. So what are these verticals that we define as? Digital therapeutics. These are evidence-based therapeutic interventions for patients that are driven by high-quality software programs with or without pharmaceutical drugs. So augmenting drugs with software solutions. Diagnostics, detecting the type or the cause of a disease or the disease state based on biological and also behavioral digital biomarkers. This is where that comes in. Patient monitoring, patient parameters repeatedly or continuously for the purpose of guided care decisions. Also a part of collecting digital biomarkers. We have HCP engagement, provides access to information, resources to healthcare professionals with the aim to really optimize care and also care workflows. We have drug development standard for a pharmaceutical company. This, digital health and drug development, it really contributes to optimizing research and clinical trial processes for the faster and more efficient and effective development of drugs. We also have business decision support tools. So what these digital health tools do, they guide planning, execution of business operations based on insights from a variety of stakeholder activities and behaviors. So when I say digital health, we all know that any kind of company in digital health, whether you're a startup, whether you're an established company, whether you're public or private, you will fit into one of these categories. So this is how we define it. It's fairly broad. I want to take you through sort of what the market has seen, because it is really important to understand where collaborations will go in the future. So as we see on the left side, we have digital health investment funding that is growing exponentially. You see the navy blue as the US and the green as Europe. So understandably, the US is a huge and booming market. We literally saw an exponential growth from just 2019 to 2020, and now capping at about $14+ billion just in investment funding in the US for digital health startups. In Europe, we see more of a steady growth, but there is still a huge growth. And now we have the different regulatory aspects coming in within the EU, especially for Germany. And we do see that there is potential here and that there is a very steady growth. So some of the market drivers that we've seen so far that actually kind of relate back to where these growth factors are coming from. Everyone knows the COVID-19, right? It really shed a huge light on a lot of inefficient practices within traditional health and care delivery. We really saw that health systems, not only in the US, because everyone tends to talk about the US, but worldwide, that were affected by, whether they were huge inefficiencies or small inefficiencies, but everyone was affected. And now we saw that data becomes really essential for healthcare stakeholders. So healthcare processes are becoming more digitized to streamline operations, to drive prices, and to enhance treatments, right? And so we're seeing a lot more data play. And I know big data has been, in conversation for a long time, but tangibly, we were able to see that in this past year. And the most important aspect of it all was the consumerization of healthcare. So we recently saw services that really aim to help not only patients, but people navigate this healthcare system, navigate their own health, and to empower people to be more aware of the services that they will be taking in through health. And it emphasizes really features such as the ease of use and also personalization. So we've seen these main three categories, and I can go on about these as huge market drivers for where healthcare is going in the future. So taking you back about 3, even 4, 5 years ago, maybe even 6 years ago, there was a lot of assumptions about where digital health trends were taking and influencing pharma collaboration. So we had, advanced sensor, AI technology. We had adoption of telemedicine, virtual assistants. We saw that actually happened last year, right? Now telemedicine is becoming more of an operational feature in healthcare rather than some shiny digital health platform. So it's becoming more operational now, more adopted by people and insurers and hospital providers. And now we see more increasing horizontal integration along treatment pathways, and it was supposed to erase silos. But again, these trends from a couple of years ago, this one, is this kind of, there's still a little more work to be done. They also said that we'll see a huge rise of digital therapeutics. This was like 5 years ago. They also said, experts said, patients will increasingly act as decision makers while, the regulators push for digital innovations. Now we're seeing it's not just patients, it's people. It's healthy people who are increasingly more aware of the health decisions that they can make and are being more empowered to take control of their lives. And what it correlates with healthcare. So what does this really mean? So we've seen over the last couple of years, massive tech giants going into healthcare. We've seen increasing partnerships and investments, right? With big pharma, with large digital therapeutic companies, with data companies. And then we saw new modes of business and new business models, like Novartis and Pear Therapeutics, right? In their digital therapeutics for schizophrenia. And all of these deals were announced in the last couple of years. But now I want to take you to the present. So what are the realities of digital health? And digital health is also seeing a very awakening in these times. So tech giants and digital health, you know, we've seen that no matter how big of a company you are, there will always be challenges in navigating a very unique to its own market, aka healthcare ecosystem, right? It is, you know, we fully understand, you know, even as a pharmaceutical company and even as Bayer G4A, we have seen a lot of these collaborations. And I know a lot of people were, you know, at the edge of their seats, very excited to see, but here's the reality of it, right? You know, the Verily project with the diabetes detecting contact lens, you know, that went on for the longest period of time. And it was sort of a flop. Watson stopped with drug discovery and research. The most recent, Haven, right? The Amazon, Berkshire, and JP Morgan venture stopped after a couple of years. And we realize now that healthcare is such a complex and intricate system that, you know, no, it doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how big of a company you are. Ultimately, if you don't have what it takes to scale in this kind of a system, it's not going to happen. We see high valuations and high expectations. So there is an exponential growth in the investment market right now, and these valuations are off the charts. It is the highest valuation that we've seen in digital health in a very long time. But what does that mean, right? We have digital health companies filing for bankruptcy recently in the last couple of years. Proteus is a very good example. Castlight got a new CEO in the last couple of years, but you know, they were kind of the first star digital health company to go IPO, but now their shares are at $1 a piece, right? And you know, it really goes to also show that even as a successful public company or a successful startup getting these investments, what do these valuations really mean in terms of potential future collaborations? And what does this mean for the future of partnerships within healthcare? And then you have the new modes of business, new business models. There's always challenges in establishing efficacy, the expertise, and the commercialization of digital health companies. And now it's the question of who will be the first to successfully commercialize a digital health product, right? You saw the recent deal with Novartis in Pear Therapeutics, right? They sort of closed the envelope on that. You also have a lot of failures of like this hospital-centric models versus kind of the analog of healthcare. We still see that a lot of areas within health are still very much analog based. And yes, we have made some big strides for regulatory, right? There are new bodies being set up, but again, we have still a lack of multidisciplinary even in the technical scientific committees, right? I mean, it's great to have scientists who've had 30 years of R&D experience, but for AI, they don't even have anyone sitting there that's, you know, a process engineer, right? I mean, as simple as that. Or anyone with any kind of digital health expertise for that matter. So it'll be really interesting to see what direction this takes for the future. Now I wanted to focus on, so let's look forward now. what do we believe as G4A, as, who will be the most successful coming out now in digital health? And really, we believe that companies that are able to focus on integrated care, and integrated care within the focus of care or delivery of care, will be the most successful companies that come out in potential collaborations. So we actually have a team set up that really, how do we define integrated care? And it's really it's products, solutions, platforms, it's digital health companies that are solving current healthcare problems, not just for patients, but for people, for providers, for payers, and really addressing health challenges longitudinally throughout an individual's life journey, which is also impacted by social determinants of health. We have to realize that, again, as I mentioned, doesn't matter how big you are, doesn't matter how much money you have, if you cannot address the very intricacies of how healthcare works in not only the US, but around the world. This truly has to do with social determinants of health. If you cannot do that, then it'll be very difficult to succeed, to scale and commercialize any kind of collaboration or partnerships. So what are these social determinants of health? These are determinants that are external factors that really have a huge actual sort of foundation on how care is delivered in various areas of the world. This has to do with education, access, and quality. This has to do with healthcare and the quality of the health and care people receive, the neighborhoods that are built around them and the environments that are there, right? Do you have, 2 7-Elevens or do you have 4 Whole Foods in a block? That matters. Social and community contexts are huge. And also, last but not least, one of the most important factors, economic stability. So these are the determinants that really factor into how people consume, but also experience health. And now comes digital health platforms and solutions. So what are we looking for, at least, and what we believe is the future of digital health is to become a more integrated platform and a solution that we offer to people, whether that's cognitive behavioral therapy, whether that's disease management, lifestyle prevention, patient healthcare literacy, huge, care management, and also appointment scheduling. And I know a couple of these are already integrated now, as I mentioned, telemedicine, telehealth. It was, a lot of insurers already reimburse that. And now it's becoming an integral part of workflow across various, hospital providers and also payers as well. And people are more, a lot more people are, adopting that kind of utility. So what we really believe is, collaborations will happen when successful collaborations happen when companies really do look at the outer lying factors of how health and care is delivered. So the digital health outlook and what that means, right? So what are the trends that we're seeing? And for us, we now see that there's more digital health consumer products in the market. And we've already seen that. It's already happening as of last year and prior years, but it's happening now. There's heightened user awareness of healthcare post-pandemic. It's going to drive a lot more user engagement. This is where brand recognition and consumer trust is paramount to growth. I mean, let me just say, last year, healthcare did not have its shining moment. Let me keep it that way. And really, when it comes to digital products and solutions, there's so many other factors of trust that go into building a successful digital health company. We're going to see more outcomes-based digital health. So, digital health is grown up now. Investors are no longer looking at a good idea anymore. we're looking for solutions that directly impact the outcomes of health in certain therapeutic areas. So are investors. There's going to be an increasing importance of clinically validated digital health solutions, and that's quite evident. Interoperability and adoption is the next key sort of trend that we'll see coming out of a lot of these partnerships. You know, now these larger collaborations and partnerships are going to focus on the integrated care aspect. Interoperability will be prioritized. Products will be more personalized, it'll be direct consumer solutions, and they will launch at scale through providers and payers. So, you know, some of the more obvious aspects for what to expect in terms of partnerships and collaborations will be joint ventures, investments, and co-creation. Two most important joint ventures and co-creation. Now large companies are, I mean, again, as you saw before, doesn't matter how big you are, doesn't matter how small you are, if you do not understand the intricacies of a health care system, you will not be able to scale. Right? And so a lot of the partnerships that we will see moving forward will be in the form of either joint ventures or co-creation opportunities with companies. That'll foster more higher pace of growth for the innovative companies within digital health. And companies will definitely need to scale together, right? It'll no longer be, you know, one big company trying to scale a small company. It'll be a really kind of eye level sort of partnerships that we see that are going to probably come out of the digital health landscape now. And so with that, I hope, you know, there's some exciting times ahead, and the time for digital health is now. As we've seen more and more people adopt to the technologies that are out there, it's quite an exciting space to be in. And so this is where I will end it. I will end it on a high note. Thank you everyone for joining us today and joining myself. This is how you can actually stay connected. G4A.health. We are actually looking for potential partners now, so head over to the website. We are looking for partners within, you know, cardiovascular, cardiometabolic diseases, women's health, and also oncology. So if you have a solution that focuses on a variety of topics, you know, especially social determinants of health, but really, you know, sustainably giving access and improving outcomes, then we definitely want to partner with you. So if you have any further questions, you know, you can always email us at info.g4a@bayer.com, and have a very good rest of your day. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome, everyone. Last year, McKinsey & Company presented an article about 10 digital and analytics domains in life sciences industry. Today, we will talk about what we have learned helping our clients leading digital and analytics transformations in some of these domains. We hope you find these presentations insightful. Let's start with introduction of our presenters. I am Bhavik Shah, Solution Associate Partner in Charlotte office in US. I am leading digital and analytics product building globally for pharma practice in the firm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yash Gautam. I'm a partner from our Brussels office. I lead our work on precise real-time HCP engagement, and as part of that, I have led multiple digital transformations on the commercial side with several clients of ours over the past couple of years.
Hi, everyone. Erica Stanzel. I'm an associate partner in the Zurich office. I lead our firm's evidence generation efforts with a particular focus on real-world data and precision medicine.
Hi, this is Jeff Lewis. I'm a senior partner in our New Jersey office, and I lead McKinsey Technology for Life Sciences. And through my work with clients across the industry, I deeply appreciate how technology, the talent, the assets, the data, ways of working form the backbone of any digital aspiration. And I look forward to the discussion today.
Hi, my name is Jason Bello. I'm a partner in Washington, D.C., and I lead our digitally enabled business building practice for the sector.
Some of you may remember this. This is a classic Lean book that was published in early 1990s. Lean completely transformed multiple industries and was seen as a source of competitive advantage for decades for the companies that mastered it. We think digital transformations are going to do exactly that for decades to come. And if that's how you see it too, the choices you make during these transformations would be fundamentally different. Next page, please. So let's talk about what does digital mean for you. If you ask 20 executives, you will get 40 different answers on this question. We think it boils down to 4 opportunities. First, digital and analytics can create radical productivity gains by transforming your core business. It can help you unlock new business streams or revenue streams for your company. Embracing digital and analytics can help modernize tech foundation of your company, or you can choose to upskill your workplace to be digital native company. What we are finding is many companies try to do a bit of everything that we laid out here. We highly recommend doing more of 1 to 2 things, staying really focused, doing 1 to 2 things, and then what's needed for others is the way to go. That's where we see many companies see the success. Next page, please. Is digital important? We think that question is answered. We surveyed more than 100 executives in life sciences industry, and we find that 97% of them said either they are already doing some kind of a digital transformation or planning one already. So I and us, we clearly see that this is something top of mind for life sciences executive. If we go to the next page, please. So then what important question is, what does it take to be successful? After studying thousands of transformations, McKinsey and Company have learned there are 6 success factors that are important to consider. First, this needs to be business-led technology roadmap. That is business backward rather than technology forward initiative. This is critical. Beyond that, you need to focus on building 4 capabilities: talent, agile processes breaking silos, cloud-based tech stack, and appreciation of data as an asset. These are 4 fundamental capabilities that the companies will need to focus on. And then finally, this needs to be scaled to support full domain and not just 1 or 2 use cases to derive full impact potential of the transformation. We have seen that sometimes companies and executives focus on a couple of use cases, pilot them, and then they never take the next step. And that's the main reason that sometimes they see that the full potential is not achieved. Next page, please. So finally, here are the 10 domains discussed in the article that was published last year, sometime around August. We will talk about 4 of those domains today: personalized HCP engagement, integrated evidence generation, technology modernization, and new business building. Without further ado, let's get into more exciting part of this presentation with my colleagues.
Thanks, Bhavik. If we can move on to the next slide. I'm actually very glad to talk about this topic of personalized engagement, which I think, is a topic which I think, most of us would have experienced, given everything that happened in 2020. If you can move on to the next page, I think 2020 was an exceptional year, right? We saw so much change around us, and particularly on the way pharmaceutical companies were engaging with HCPs. There was actually a sea change, right? With several people saying that the amount of change that was witnessed in terms of digital adoption, it was unprecedented. And essentially, I think what we saw in terms of the changes that the environment presented, you see them being categorized in these 3 areas. I think the first piece was around the evolution of the digital healthcare ecosystem. And there, I think what we saw was, telemedicine, which was seen as a luxury pre-COVID, suddenly became business as usual. There was significant change in how HCPs were engaging with their patients, how patients were thinking about if, when, and how they should be engaging with their prescribers. So I think on the ecosystem as such, there was significant change. We also saw that the HCPs' engagement preferences evolved tremendously. And here I think what we saw was, with the lockdowns being imposed, the lockdowns being relaxed, at different points in time across the world, face-to-face access was constrained somewhere in the range of 20 to 80%, depending on the market that you choose. And not only was this restriction time bound, it was also something which was varying pretty much on a weekly basis, which actually meant that the way you wanted to engage with your HCPs had to be actually very, very dynamic. And even now, as we look across different markets, there are different sets of restrictions that are likely to continue as different markets plan through their path emerging from COVID. I think the third category of change that we saw was around the information consumption behavior, where we saw that people, at least in the initial onset of COVID, they had a very different approach towards how they were seeking information. Emails became very popular, webinars became very popular, and thereafter there was a phase where there was an overload of emails, overload of webinars, and where HCPs, they started seeking much more relevant and personalized content. And as a result of that, if we can go on the next slide, at least the view that is emerging in our experience is, almost every pharmaceutical company is doing a lot of stuff on digital, right? I would not say that there are companies which are sitting back and waiting for the old world to come back. But having said that, as we look at the future, personally, what we have seen is that there are 4 key topics that one should keep at the top of their mind. I think the first piece is on how do we systematically figure out how we should interact with our HCPs at the right time with the right topics. And the reason why it's becoming more important is because in several markets, what we are seeing is that the quality and the availability of access is contingent on the channel that you're choosing and the topic that you're likely to bring. I think the second piece, which is becoming very important, is how do we actually create the right experience towards the HCPs based on the engagement that they would be having with us as pharmaceutical company. It's no longer just about the product that we are carrying together with us and talking about the product, but it's much more about what is on top of HCPs' minds and how are we going to actually help them make better clinical decisions that will help them deliver better value to their patients. I think the third piece, which is also becoming very important as we look at the future, is this notion of trying to iterate rapidly and in an iterative manner, figuring out what actually works, right? Because the needs are evolving, access is evolving, the environment is evolving, and hence the idea of us having a perfect solution that is likely to resonate across physicians for a long period of time is probably not likely to hold. And hence, I think the ability to pick the pulse of the market quickly, come up with a refined value proposition, test it out, and scale becomes again something which is very, very important. And then the last piece is around talent, right? Because essentially the way the industry is evolving, the kind of talent that we would need in order to deliver on the next generation engagement model that we aspire to have towards our HCP, it's going to be somewhat overlapping, but also somewhat different from the kind of talent that we today have. So how do we actually think about that? Now, that's, I think, where we see some of the big questions residing. If you can move on to the next slide, at least our view is what it takes to actually get there is anchored on these 5 components. The first piece is on precision engagement. Here, the idea is how can we actually figure out what is the best possible mechanism for us to engage with our HCPs, which is likely to create the most impact, right? And that's, I think, the first piece. The second piece is around doing better remote engagement, right? Remote engagement, whether we may believe or not, whether it's 70%, 60%, 30%, 20%, that I don't think matters as much. But I think where there is still a growing consensus is that remote engagement is likely to stay in some shape and form, whether it's digital, whether it's something else, still to be figured out. But remote engagement is likely to stay. If we look at historically, I think our our engagement model was geared towards primacy to face-to-face. Going forward, that may be true for several physicians, but we need also to have a view on what would be our remote engagement, platform that allows us to do this at scale and at high quality. The third piece is around having a clear interface towards the HCPs. And here the notion is, how do we ensure that what we provide to the HCP is consistent, homogeneous experience that allows them to meet the needs that they have, rather than trying to approach them in silos as a pharmaceutical company. And then the fourth piece that you see on top is basically around content, right? Which is around how do we actually ensure that we are not bringing content that we are excited to talk about, but rather we are bringing content that actually is going to make a difference in how our HCPs, are going to act and use our product in their day-to-day practice. And at the back of all of this, right, the big change, at least in my mind, is that there is a significantly prominent technology enablement, right? As we think about the different platforms that are coming into place, as we think about analytics engines, et cetera, there is going to be a significant technology enablement across each of these. So that, in a nutshell, is at least our view on how we see personalized engagement evolving. Maybe just to give you a bit of a flavor around what each of these areas entail, if you can move on to the next page. I think precision engagement, in our mind, entails the four components that you see on the left. The first piece is on focusing on physicians who are most responsive to an engagement. And by most responsive, what I mean is physicians who actually value an engagement, and more importantly, also engaging with them in a mechanism that they value. So it's not just about they valuing the engagement, but also the mechanism in which they value the engagement. I think there is definitely something to be thought about sales teams, where the notion is, how do we actually optimize the customer-facing roles to ensure we can deliver the impact and meet the aspirations of our HCP, as we talked about before. There is also a notion of how do we move from being in a rep-first world to actually moving to a world where the rep is playing an orchestrator, and we are focusing much more on the HCP. So it's much more an HCP back view rather than a rep forward view. And then I think the last piece is on, rather than having a one-size-fit-all approach, for a product or for multiple products, how do we actually customize our approach based on the product life cycle, as well as the kind of competitive dynamics that our products face in the marketplace. If we deep dive into the second topic, right, which is around remote interaction, I think there is a notion of how do we actually use remote channels to go and get access to HCPs who conventionally we would not have covered in a face-to-face visit. So I think there is a strong component of enhancing reach. There is an element of how can we formalize remote selling, because more and more feedback that several of you would have received from your commercial organizations is we want to do remote selling, but are we effective at doing remote selling? And there, I think there is definitely something to be thought about. How do we enhance the capabilities of our frontline so that they become as good and as seamless as doing remote engagement as they are in doing face-to-face engagement? And then, of course, there are a bunch of things on how do we create the right assets, the right platform that allows the frontline to be as effective in remote engagement as they are used to in the face-to-face setting. If you move on to the next page, right, just to hit on the last couple of points, I think as we talk about clear coordinated HCP interface, here I think the notion is, how do we create a single quarterback contact, right? And here the challenge from which we are coming from is, being in a situation where multiple people from the same, pharmaceutical organization engaging with the HCP, and frankly, there not being great communication of what is the kind of conversation that is actually happening. And as a result of that, the challenge is that the HCP experience towards the pharmaceutical company is something which is very siloed and often broken. And here the notion is, how do we actually create some kind of orchestration so that what we do vis-a-vis the HCP as an organization makes a bit more sense and is a bit more tied up. Then I think there is a second piece which is around moving away from purely having an approach of quote unquote selling a product, talking about how do we actually create the right experience. And that I think is something which is very, very important. And then the last piece is around, how do we systematically and rapidly measure HCP experience and satisfaction and work on that in order to be in a continuous improvement mode. And then the last piece is around content, right? And here the notion is, how do we actually move from, standardized content to content which is relevant to what the HCP seek, Secondly, I think there is a notion of how do we improve the quality and the format of content in order to ensure that the relevance of the content as well as the memorability of the content is enhanced. And then I think the last piece is around how do we ensure that the right content reaches the HCP at the right time, depending on, so for example, if you have a new product, what HCPs would like to know is going to be very different after the product has been in the market, for some period of time. How do we actually track that and come up with the right content which is fit for purpose? That's a bit from my side. I hope that it gives food for thought as you think about your next set of personalized engagement approaches towards HCPs.
Great. So I'm going to speak to you all about integrated evidence generation. So if we go to the next slide, I think when we think about evidence generation and its importance in pharma, it's really clear that evidence generation has impact across the entire therapeutic value chain. So if we do this well, we're having impact in our R&D portion of the business, making sure that we understand the unmet need of the drugs that we're developing, that we can identify the right biological pathways of interest, that we have trial designs that make sense and are going to produce the type of evidence that's critical for validating both that the drug works and also making sure that it gets to the right patients. Then as we move along that value chain, we see significant impact in market access as well, being able to show evidence that there's economic value of the drug that we're working with. And in some cases, even being able to expand the label without the need for new randomized control trials. This also has importance in medical and commercial. So, once the drug is out there and in the world, if you will, we can improve pharmacovigilance with effective evidence generation and real world data. We can better differentiate our drugs from others out there in the field to make sure that physicians understand when and why to use our drug and why that's beneficial over maybe other options that they might have. And then, of course, make sure that we have in some cases, effective clinical decision support as well. So really helping physicians inform their decisions, figure out how to leverage the therapy, identify underdiagnosed or undiagnosed patients, etc. So it really does affect our entire value chain. So if we go to the next page. So of course, a big question is, what does good look like when we talk about evidence generation? And here what we're showing is this concept of an industrialized advanced analytics engine that really has its focus in evidence generation. And evidence generation, I should say, is, as you saw from the value chain slide previously, it really is a cross-functional topic. So it's something that matters to almost every part of your business. So you really have to have a way to bring all of those different stakeholders and all of those different components together to make kind of a successful evidence generation output. So this journey starts with the integrated evidence generation plan. So really bringing together that franchise strategy, any precision medicine strategy that you might have, your understanding of the competitive landscape, knowledge of the evidence gaps, so where there are places where you need to do more to generate evidence or where you would want to understand more in order to make a more compelling case for the drug. That then feeds into what we're referring to here as this advanced evidence generation engine. So this is really the core of what you're using to generate the evidence that you need. From a data perspective, this should be much more expansive than what the kind of conventional way of thinking about evidence generation. So of course you have your randomized control trial data. That is a cornerstone of any evidence generation plan. But this should also bring in a number of other different data types. So EMR and claims data, PRO data, literature that can complement, omics related data, registry data, and even someday we might be talking about consumer data or wearables data, other components that can come into really informing how the patient is being treated, how the patient's behaving, and what the subsequent outcomes are. And then as part of that, you also need a number of analytical models that can be used kind of on top of that data. So things that look at disease progression, burden, patient journeys, drug effectiveness. This is only a kind of subset of all the things that you would want to make sure that you were looking at in detail across these different data types. So with that engine, the goal is to then generate what we would call a set of kind of breakthrough insights about that. So we've got a couple of these mapped to the different impact areas, if you will. So from a biological pathway insights perspective, being able to use this data to make novel pathway linkages to identify both the indications that may be more likely to be successful for a particular drug in development, but also the indications that would be more likely to be successful in life cycle management of that drug. So A, giving you the confidence in the indication you've selected for its initial approach, as well as B, giving you the confidence in its life cycle management indication approach. We would also see here the ability to have a more data-driven understanding of disease biology that can help improve probability of success and confidence in the drug that you're developing. When we think about disease insights, we can use real-world data outcomes to assess head-to-head effectiveness. We can also have granular views on responses of subpopulations and any remaining unmet needs. And then at a customer level, we can optimize treatment protocols, determine adherence, and in particular, better understand switching and why that switching behavior occurs, and how we can be thinking about that in the context of our customers. So again, as I kind of mentioned early on, when we think about the stakeholders that are involved in here, evidence generation, it's not only cross-functional within your organization, so kind of stakeholders from every part of the organization, but it's also very multi-stakeholder from an external perspective too, with patients, payers, regulators, HCPs, kind of everybody who touches the drug or some aspect of drug development being involved. So if we go to the next page. So it really does look and feel different if you apply an advanced analytics approach to evidence generation. So when we think about kind of how these things look from, or feel, if you will, from a more traditional perspective, what we might have been thinking before is, you know, let's validate and confirm a small set of select pre-existing hypotheses, because we can't run that many experiments, and, you know, we can only spend so much on the evidence that we generate. But the idea here is to have access to more data, to be able to answer hypotheses now kind of more comprehensively and more at scale, and address many business questions at once across all the different data types and the different analytics that you do. When we think about the insights that we would generate, so in the past we might have said insights are, through traditional approaches, can be time consuming and often very expensive. If you think that the only way to generate evidence is through a randomized control trial, of course that's going to be a very expensive way to generate that evidence. So having access to all these different data types, and in particular advanced analytic tools that help us derive insights from that data, allows us to move much more quickly from ideas to insights. In some cases, you know, between 10 and 100 times faster than a traditional method, where you might have had to run a small trial or begin a registry or any number of other kind of more traditional approaches that you would have used. The other one that I'll highlight here as well is what did it look like when we were executing real-world evidence-based use cases before? And I think often the traditional way of doing this is to have a very siloed approach, a kind of very specific real-world evidence use case that has very specific business outputs, and it's done in kind of one part of the functional or one functional part of the organization. And going forward, when we think about doing this effectively, it's much more about enterprise-wide capability and making sure that you have that entire landscape of stakeholders weighing in on the use cases that you do, how you deliver on those use cases, making them multi-purpose to the extent that you can, and really leveraging a broad base set of data across the organization. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a sense of how to think about evidence generation, especially as we move from more traditional methods of evidence generation to more advanced analytics approaches that really take advantage of the exploding scale of data and analytical tools that we are increasingly having access to today.
Great, thank you. Look, achieving digital aspirations laid out by my colleagues and achieving them at scale requires a fundamental retooling of technology. And over the past decade, tech transformation in life sciences has been focused on cost reduction, implementing core systems, and integrating acquisitions. And tech modernization today requires very different approaches with very different goals. If you move to the next slide, in our practice and our service to CIOs across industries, we see 10 critical plays on modernization along 3 vectors. First, reimagining the role of technology in the organization to one that is deeply embedded in every area of the company. This is anchored in a product-oriented model, empowering persistent, high-performing teams across business and technology that build, own, and improve valuable assets that are durable. And second, reinventing technology delivery, advancing ways of working, attracting and developing talent to drive excellence in engineering, and leveraging modern capabilities. This is reshaping vendors into an ecosystem of partners that adapt to your modern model. And third, future-proofing the foundation. Particularly for life sciences, this is breaking through stall at 10 to 20% of footprint on cloud and unleashing data from across the enterprise landscape of systems and vendors. And modernizing technology requires advancements really against all of these areas, typically while starting with a few and building over time. On the next slide, when we look at the cloud opportunity in particular, our research shows that cloud is on pace to unlock $1 trillion of EBITDA by 2030. We do expect efficiency on the back of this from simplifying tech operations and digitizing internal processes, but the outweighed value of this will come from the unlock of innovation. Advanced analytics at scale, faster speed to market, better engagement with customers, some of the things you heard from my colleagues. And also from pioneering new tech-enabled business models, developing concepts, building businesses and testing them at a faster clip. And you'll hear about that from my colleague on digital business building in a moment. And if you jump ahead, it won't surprise you to see that growth in cloud has been tremendous and is expected to scale rapidly. The large majority of CIOs have said that the pandemic has accelerated their plans for cloud, and cloud budgets are expected to double over the next 2 years. When we look at life sciences in particular, more than 80% of industry leaders have called out at cloud as a priority in public statements of an area that they are focused on and will continue to focus on. And when we look across the industry, the value is being realized in pockets with really exciting examples. Cloud-first approaches for all new development, modern tech stacks to engage customers, a better handle of enterprise data, improvements to developer productivity, and beyond. Now, I want to come back for a second to the broader themes across technology transformation that I highlighted earlier. Can you please move to the next slide? We see tech transformation reemerging as a priority, as I mentioned, and this version should feel different. More than half of companies have redesigned their operating model in the last 2 years. A third have leaned into some form of a product model, and 60% have taken on some version of tech modernization. However, we also did research with business executives, which say that 2/3 would say that they have not quite seen the improvement from technology in the past 2 years, and their performance on the transformation has not improved over time. The gaps we typically see linked to this are a few. The transformation really happens within technology. It happens to the business, not with the business. Secondly, technology is built without the clear link to value. You don't necessarily need to move everything to cloud, but you need to drive value in the business and ensure that the technology roadmap is linked to that. And the third is the change often lands into organizational change without really driving the model change that's required and the capability building that is needed to deliver against the model. So when we look forward, we see technology transformation as a core part of the recipe to achieve the digital aspirations you've heard about today. And this version of technology change needs to look different, with technologists embedded with business partners, leveraging modern technology and driving every step linked to the value of the company. So hopefully that gives you a initial flavor of how we see technology modernization today delivering against these aspirations.
Periodically, we take a look at what types of companies and types of skills are driving value creation for the economy as a whole. If we look at what's happening today, we see that business builders are disproportionately creating value. These are companies who step out of the core and create adjacent new ventures that operate with the freedom of a startup, but with the incumbent strength. In an analysis of S&P returns, we have seen disproportionate value creation from younger companies and companies that are serial business builders versus incumbents who stay focused on the core alone. CEOs recognize this. In a survey we conducted last summer, more than half of the respondents list business building as a top 3 priority. This is a 70% increase from just 3 years ago, and COVID has accelerated this further. For some sectors, business building has been existential. This is true during the last decade in the financial sector, where legacy financial institutions face threats from branchless banks. Many sectors, including our own, have had to radically adapt during COVID when in-person communication was impossible. But business building is hard. Incumbents often don't have the right talent, and it can be difficult to compete with hot new startups for the right people. You may find it's challenging to bring true agile ways of working to a legacy organization that's highly matrixed and set in its ways. Even funding a new venture is difficult, as using annual budget cycles just will not work. You have to use the milestone-based funding approach that VCs have adopted. Some companies try to solve these problems by keeping their new ventures at arm's length, but too often then they fall into the trap of not taking advantage of the incumbent strengths, and the venture is left to compete against much better capitalized startups. If we go to the next slide. So what does it take to be successful? 3 factors stand out. First is the freedom to think differently. New business teams need to be able to operate with independence. They need to have a sphere where the team can make their own decisions. However, complete separation is not the answer either, as the resources of the parent co are critical to the new venture's success. Companies should negotiate boundaries. Within those boundaries, the new venture should have free rein. And outside of them, there should be clear expectations for how to collaborate. This includes with functions like marketing, core tech, legal, etc. Second is a relentless focus on value. Customer centricity and agile methods are at the core of this. In business building, a really well-developed financial model is not the measure of value. Early traction with users, pricing tests, technological proofs of concept, these are the markers of value. And third is doing this over and over. When we partner with clients in this area, we're focused on helping our clients learn by doing. We encourage our clients to develop a business building capability to continuously innovate on their own, well beyond the launch of their first venture. If you go to the next page, our own business building team is made up of 5,000 technical specialists in fields including design, software development, data science, and product management. The team has partnered with clients over the last 5 years to launch over 250 businesses across all sectors and geographies. Within this list, you can see some themes for business building in healthcare. One is around B2B customer engagement and evidence dissemination. We've partnered with a life sciences player to create a novel channel, digitally native, for helping customers ask questions, order supplies, and share feedback. Another theme is the use of data. In one example, we found a way to rescue data that was previously being ignored or discarded. With advanced analytics, we were able to create new commercial value and clinical value for this data. A third theme is around patient engagement. One organization we worked with launched a telemedicine and health services platform that picked up 7.5 million users in the first year. In a separate case, we found ways for a life sciences player to engage with patients longitudinally, And we're not just talking about an app that few people download and even fewer use. We're talking about using passive data, tapping into existing patient journeys, and giving patients what they really want, not what we think they need, to create solutions with high engagement. If you go to the next page, this type of methodology is able to double the returns of a typical VC fund and provide a significant margin lift for the core business. This approach helps avoid the traps of incumbency and brings an obsession with user experience that de-risks any investment.
Bringing this together, we are absolutely inspired by the emergence of these digital battlegrounds across life sciences and the potential to positively impact the industry, healthcare professionals, and patients. We appreciate the time you guys spent with us, and please reach out to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tomas Gornik, and I'm the founder and CEO of Better. I'm also the co-chair of the OpenEHR Foundation. Today, I'd like to talk to you about a concept called data for life. So we'll do a little bit of an introduction. I'll talk about the main topic, which is health and care data. I'll show you a little bit about our products. We'll go through some use cases on how this approach is being used. And then I'll finish with a few slides about our company. So it's quite obvious that healthcare is changing. For one, care is shifting from hospitals to communities and even the home. Citizens are demanding access to their health data. They want to be more engaged in managing their health and fitness. And finally, COVID, obviously in the last year, has really accelerated innovation and has actually enabled new models of care. Now, on the other side, users are experiencing a lot of issues with current systems. Everything from usability to interoperability issues. And of course, the executives are struggling with bloated TCOs of current solutions. Now, we have been trying to solve the problem of data interoperability for 25 years. Here you can see Jordi Piera from the Catalan Health Service talk about the fact that this is not working. We've been trying to do this for a very long time, and to make it work, we need a fundamentally different approach. Now, it's not a coincidence that just a month ago, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care in the UK, Matt Hancock, talked about the fact that data today is locked in proprietary systems. Now, in this case, it's not accessible and it cannot provide the necessary underlying foundation for innovation, for research, for managing patients better. Also, the way to solve this, as he claims, is to separate data from applications. Now, this is something we have been saying for years, and it's good to see that top officials, government officials, are now actually also talking about this concept. And actually, this is what we will be talking about today. So the concept is called data for life. Why? Because in healthcare, we would like to keep data for the lifetime of the patient. Now, today, that's not the case. Data is tightly coupled with applications, which means that we are struggling to keep this data for the lifetime of the patient as we switch applications. Now, this clearly has to change. And to do that, we need to procure systems differently, as is mentioned in this report from EY. Now, they talk about a different approach based on an open platform and a clinical data repository, which is separate from applications so that all the applications connect to the same data. In terms of an architecture, they came up with this graphic here, which clearly explains the difference between the current approach, which is to tie data logic together in an application, and the new approach, which puts data at the center of our architecture. It keeps it in a vendor-neutral format and allows all the apps, applications, algorithms, devices to connect to the same data. This is very much what we call the vendor-neutral data layer approach. And actually, it's great to see that Gartner, just last year, also published a very similar architecture than EY. So it's quite safe to say that the majority of the thinking of the big consultancies is now about this separation of data from applications, as you see on the Gartner slide. Now, even WHO in December published a research paper on the digital health platform. They called it a handbook. And it talks about the stacks, the standard stacks, which can be used to facilitate this approach. Okay, now let's talk about health and care data specifically. So the problem that we are trying to solve is presented by the fact that applications store data in proprietary formats. Here you can see 3 different applications dealing with medications, and each one of them stores the data about the medication order in a different format. Now, why does this happen? It's not really a technical issue. There's many good ways to store this data, but for business reasons, companies and vendors try to invent their own so that they can lock the customer into their application environment. Now, if you think about it, we would actually like to keep this data for a very long time. That means 100 years. Now, obviously, there's no application that lasts 100 years, which means that every time we switch applications, it could be every 5, 10, 15 years, we are migrating data from one proprietary format to another. And this, of course, is very costly. A lot of times we don't do this at all and just give up and don't have historic data for this patient. So this is a huge problem in healthcare, and particularly because of the longevity of data. In other industries, 5, 10, 15-year-old data is not that important. But in healthcare, it's very important. It's even important what happened before the birth to some procedure that you might have at a later stage in your life. So obviously, this is not a new concept in healthcare. We have been separating data from applications in imaging, for instance, for the last 30 years. Even documents like PDFs are standardized to a format that any application can produce and any other application can consume. The problem is, of course, with the structured data. That's the data we depend on for analytics, for research, for AI. And unfortunately, this is still being kept in the applications that produce this data. So at OpenEHR, this is what we are trying to do. OpenEHR is a format for storing structured clinical information. And actually, it's very much like the PDF or the DICOM format for different types of data. So again, nothing new, but finally, we're trying to release the structured data from the applications that produced it. So as I said before, OpenEHR is a format for data, but it's actually much more than that. It's a set of specifications which define platforms which can work in this way. There are several things which make OpenEHR very suitable for managing health data. The first one is that we actually use clinicians to model the data and IT experts to build software. This is a really important differentiator for OpenEHR because we firmly believe that it should be the clinicians defining the data models and, of course, IT programmers focusing on building applications, which is not always true if you think about how healthcare applications are developed today. So to give you an example what a data model looks like, take a look at this data model for blood pressure. What you notice immediately is that we are not just storing systolic, diastolic. We're actually storing the context of the measurement with the measurement itself. What do I mean by that? So think about a blood pressure of 120/80. If you don't have the information that the patient was riding a bicycle or was under exertion at the same time the measurement was taken, this actually means you cannot interpret the data. You don't know whether 120/80 is high or low. So it's key that you store the context of the data with the data itself. Next, you are trying to get as much information about how the measurement was taken. And finally, of course, you want validation of this data to happen anytime the data is being stored. So you want to say that the range of values for systolic is between 0 and 300 or 400, that the cuff size can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is all so that you can actually have meaningful data. As you pass it around, everybody can understand it the same way. This is all done at the model level before a single line of code is written. Now, what you realize here is that this model is quite rich. Many times you don't need as rich a model. So what we do is, once we assemble these models together to form a data model for our form, our report, our message, we actually are able to pick and choose the fields that we need for the use case. So the first model, called the archetype, was universal, meaning you could use it anywhere blood pressure appears. The second model, which is called a template, the second level, is actually use case specific. In this case, a GP visit will have a different set of data they need from the archetype, the blood pressure archetype, than a cardiologist. Makes sense, right? So the cardiologist wants more detail, whereas the GP just needs the blood pressure from that archetype. Now, the key thing here is that whichever use case or template you store data through, it will always be stored in the same underlying archetypes, which means that you can query across and you will get all the blood pressures from your system, regardless of which form or use case was used to produce the data. Now, we don't have time to go into details, but you can learn much more about this on the OpenEHR website. So I talked about clinicians building these models, and today we are proud to have over 1,500 clinicians from 100 countries doing clinical modeling. It has to be said that the clinical models are free to use for anybody. There's nobody that will keep them for themselves. So we are sharing a lot of knowledge. They are translated into many languages. Just to give you an example, when COVID first appeared, it hit China first. So China built the first models to manage COVID. When Italy was hit next, they already could use those models, translated them to Italian, but also added some of their own functionality. And when the UK was hit next, some of our customers had built forms for managing COVID before the first COVID patient came through the door. So this is the power of community. And as you can see here, Norway is leading the way in terms of the number of modelers, then Sweden, Brazil, US, and so on. The size of the flag here shows the size of the modeling community. Okay, so let's talk about how we get there, right? Obviously, none of us has a greenfield situation. We already have applications and systems that are running. We call this legacy. But what we don't realize is that next to the legacy, we have a lot of other applications. So what that means is that even if we try to solve the legacy problem, we still have a lot of other applications to deal with. And what we're proposing to customers and what we see happening is that instead of building the next new app on top of the legacy stack, you actually put in what we call an innovation platform based on open data, like OpenEHR, and you develop the application differently, not replicating the same problems with data you had on the left, but you actually surrender the data from the application to the platform. And that means that as you add other applications, they inherently share the same data. They do not store data in their own format, so you don't have the same problem as you have with the current systems. And in the end, you have a system where you can still have the legacy running, but the innovation, the clinical apps from many companies can run on the new data models, which are open and understandable by everybody. And you can start to move some of the data from the legacy systems, mostly the clinical data, into this new platform. And then if you have to replace the legacy, it's a much easier job because you have a consistent care record outside of the legacy systems. This is sometimes called the postmodern EHR, and it's a very valid approach where you already have systems running. So if you extrapolate this to the community, what you find is that you can do this in many institutions, keep the data on premise at each of these institutions, but normalize it to the same format And of course, you can then query across and actually create a consistent care record of what we call one patient, one record. We have choice at the application level, but we have strict governance at the data level so that we're able to query across and create a virtual care record. The side effect of this is also that if you build an app in one of these institutions, tie it to the data, you can actually share it with the others because it will run off the same data. So you can also centralize, of course. These two are equivalent logically, exactly the same thing, but this one is more efficient, running off one instance of that data. So let me quickly talk about some of the products that we provide as a company. So obviously, we are a big proponent of open data, open APIs, a modular architecture, which is not monolithic, low-code tools which enable you to quickly build applications, and of course, a heavy focus on design and sharing all the content with the community. So the platform, the digital health platform, as it's called, has three main components: the longitudinal care record, the low-code tools, which we call Studio, and the portal, which puts everything together in a consistent way and provides a common user experience for the users of these applications. And the users could be from across the spectrum, from the citizen or the patient, all the way to community, primary care, and of course the hospitals as well. As long as they're dealing with healthcare data, they can use the platform to build applications. Now, we're very proud that Gartner recently put us on the map. They have just defined the digital health platform space, and you can see that we are amongst some great company here. I won't have time to go into details about the platform. Let's just say that it's running in 120 installations. Some of them are very large. Our largest installation has 12 million patient records live and 1,000 institutions which manage the data on top of a single platform. We have tools to design the data models, tools to build forms and applications like form builders. But the difference here is that these forms are built on top of the data. The data is not an afterthought after you have designed a form, but it's actually, the form is built from the data models, ensuring that it will actually be able to store data as soon as you have designed it. And these forms can also run, of course, on tablets and mobile devices. The portal itself is where these forms run. It manages users, patient ward lists, summary views, and so on. And of course, we have an application to manage medications inside a hospital. So inpatient prescribing is one of our core applications, which is now used extensively, mostly in the UK. Putting it all together is a design system which actually standardizes the way we present information, and it's actually won the Red Dot Award for the best design. So I'll just quickly go through some use cases. Obviously, OpenEHR now has a global presence. You saw 100 countries which have modelers of OpenEHR data. The largest system running is the one I mentioned before, 12 million citizens across a city like Moscow. All the health data stored in one platform with the concept I described before. The Slovenian interoperability backbone is another such example of a national system running OpenEHR data at the center for the shared care record. Malta's national health records platform. Wales in the UK has now decided to use OpenEHR. Ostgotland in Sweden is now piloting a digital platform to develop new apps. All the leading university hospitals in Germany are using OpenEHR for research. including Charité, including Heidelberg. They're using this approach, keeping data on premise and then actually connecting it through federated queries into one logical record. The Children's Clinic is important here in Slovenia because it's a HIMSS MRAM stage 6 hospital running completely on an open platform. All the 4 leading vendors in the Nordics use OpenEHR, which is quite interesting. Tieto has built their life care product, new version on OpenEHR. DIPS has been using OpenEHR for over 5 years. Patient Sky, the leading vendor of primary care in Norway, same thing. And Cambio, the leading vendor in Sweden as well. In the NHS, it's really spreading fast. There's over 30 trusts now which use OpenEHR. There's Genomics England, a number of university hospitals, great adoption in the NHS. Birmingham Cancer Alliance, 17 hospitals there. So the last one, which I want to talk about, is the Catalan Health Service, which has standardized on OpenEHR for the entire healthcare system of Catalonia. This is a project that is just starting, but it's actually really huge. And OpenEHR is at the center of that. So with that, I'll just close with a few slides about Better. So our mission is to improve lives by helping care teams to simplify their work, accelerate digital, and base everything on the data for life concept. We are now in business for 30 years. We have 130 employees. We are present in 16 markets with 120 customers and over 15 partners. You can see some of the partners here. I talked about them before. We just signed a contract with Atos, dealing with CGI for 5 years. Again, proud of this slide, but let me just close about what is the data for life concept, or the new normal, which we call it. Monolithic and uneconomical EHRs are actually impeding digital transformation and innovation. So data is for life while applications change. So there is a need to separate those two. The digital health platform offers a portal, a low-code tools, and a vendor-neutral data layer. OpenEHR is now widely used by the most advanced healthcare systems like Catalonia and the Nordics. And of course, we as a company offer a proven, scalable, and open digital health platform based on OpenEHR with over 120 installations in 15 countries. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and open the floor for questions. Thank you.
therapeutics and pharma, outlook and opportunities. My name is Perka Patmanaban. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey in Munich, and I'll be your moderator for the session today. I'm very pleased to today host a panel of 3 exceptional guests from pharma companies and digital therapeutic startups who will share their view on digital therapeutics as a whole, which areas, both geographically and in terms of disease indications, they find most promising, and how they believe the relationship between pharmacos and digital therapeutics players are likely to evolve going forward. I'll give our panelists the opportunity to introduce themselves in full very shortly, but before we dive into the discussion, I'd like all of us here in the virtual room to level set around a few key definitions and key facts and figures. So what are digital therapeutics and how do they differ from other digital health solutions? There's a myriad of digital health solutions out there on the market today, but we believe that digital therapeutics effectively have 3 key defining traits. First, the interventions are typically disease-specific. Secondly, they leverage software to deliver interventions. And thirdly, digital therapeutics must demonstrate clinical evidence and real-world outcomes and must be reviewed by regulatory bodies to support product claims of risk, efficacy, and intended use. The digital therapeutic market itself is expected to undergo significant growth in the coming years, with some estimates reaching up to $6.9 billion through 2025, which would represent about a growth of 30% per annum from 2020. This is driven by several factors. 1, the growing incidence of preventable chronic diseases. Secondly, the need to control healthcare costs. Thirdly, rising investments in the area, as well as government initiatives to support technological advancements in this area. And finally, very importantly for our discussion today, improvements in the reimbursement structure for digital therapeutics. So when it comes to the actual reimbursement of digital therapeutics across the major European countries, one can quickly see that as of today, there's still a great variety with respect to the approaches that are being taken by different regulatory and policy authorities across the major European countries. While we have some countries such as Germany with the first public approval and licensing pathway, other countries are still having different approaches such as covering digital therapeutics selective contracting or primarily treating them as out-of-pocket expenses. And so with all those facts and figures in the back of our heads, let's begin to look forward through our panel discussion with the 3 panelists that are joining me here on the virtual stage today. First of all, we have Nora Blum, who's the CEO at Selfie. We have Gloria Seibert, who's the founder and CEO at T-Medica. And we have Alexandre Capet, who is the Vice President, Head Integrated Care at Bayer Pharma. And so to get us started, I would like each panelist to introduce themselves, share their background, and I'd also like to start with a bit of a personal question. And how have the last 12 months been for each of you, both personally as well as with your work in digital therapeutics? How's the pandemic affected, especially the way you've seen the digital therapeutics market? Has it been an accelerator or like we've seen with telemedicine? And maybe we start with Nora.
My name is Nora. I'm one of the founders of Selfie, and with Selfie we offer online programs for people with mental disorders, so for people suffering from depression, anxiety, or eating disorders, for example. I myself am a psychologist, so very much invested in the topic of improving the lives of people with mental health disorders, and we founded our company 6 years ago. We've taken different routes with Selfie, so we worked a lot with health insurances in Germany, and now we are one of the players that is certified under the new Digital Care Act, so we are a general prescribable solution now in Germany. Yeah, more to that later. How's the last 12 months been for us and for me? Well, personally, actually, I felt very privileged because I still have a job. Everyone in my family and my friends, everyone is healthy. So obviously it's been a tough past 1.5 to 2 years, I think, for everyone. I think for a lot of people it's been psychologically draining, which is why digital health solutions in that area are so important right now. But in general, personally, I can't, it hasn't been too tough, I think. With regards to Selfie, obviously, we've seen a fast acceleration. there is an increased demand for online solutions for people with mental health disorders, and also obviously becomes more difficult to go and get help via the traditional routes because a lot of practices are closed because of COVID. So we as a company has seen a big growth with regards to people using our services, and I think it just shows how important digital solutions are right now.
Thank you, Noah. Gloria, how's it been for you?
Yeah, thank you, Pekka, for the invitation. It's a really honor having me. Well, just a couple of words about Team Medica. At Team Medica, we bridge the gap from patients to evidence-based research and care. On the one hand side, we have a app platform technology, which we use to develop digital patient companions, trial companions, and also digital therapeutics. And through this app platform, we have access to more than 300,000 patients and their personal patient journey from the areas of women's health, multiple sclerosis, rheumatology, diabetes, and another dermatological disease. On top of this app platform technology, we offer biopharma, medtech, and government partners, as well as academia, the opportunity to generate real-world evidence and predictive capabilities to get a real understanding of what a disease is doing with individual patients, but also with the whole patient population. And to date, we work with more than 20 health insurances in Germany and with big pharma such as Novartis and Roche and a couple of biotech companies. Regarding your question, how the last 12 months in this whole COVID setup has been. So from a business point of view, I think the pandemic, as well as this whole remote setting, was a huge accelerator for all digital health business models out there. Also, we at Team Medica saw a massive growth by more than 400%, I guess, when it comes to the business model, but also to the number of employees. And we also saw an increasing awareness for real world evidence. I think it's a great step which happened with BioNTech and all the insights they got from Israel to get a very deep understanding of the efficacy of the vaccination. And they took this insight as a fundament to spread the vaccination to other countries. From an entrepreneurial point of view, it was very challenging simply because entrepreneurship is always challenging. In a COVID setup, it's even more challenging. Having a people growth by more than 600%, onboarding people fully remote from different countries was definitely not the easiest thing what I did in my life. But overall, in line with what Nora said, I'm personally very thankful that we with Team Medica are definitely on the easiest side of this pandemic with a growing business model and a bright future perspective. And we are very thankful for this.
Thank you, Gloria. So definitely the fast accelerator or the great accelerator that I was alluding to earlier. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Maybe shifting gears, going over to the pharma side, Alexandre.
Thanks, Pirka, and really great to be with you today. I'm Alex Capet, and I lead the commercialization of Bayer Digital Solutions. I think we are in a category where partnerships are somehow pivotal. And today I work a lot at Bayer with OneDrop. And actually, I start with partnerships 10 years ago. I was with Sanofi at that time, and I inked a partnership with Volantis. Then I joined Volantis, and I inked partnership with Sanofi, Novartis, Roche, AbbVie, BMS. And now just stepping back a little bit over the last 12 months, of course, super exciting. I think telemedicine is here to stay, obviously. And as for digital therapeutics, I think we have seen really an acceleration at every level: adoption, funding, partnerships, payer coverage, and even consolidations. So as Gloria and Noah said, we are really privileged to be in this category at this very exciting time indeed.
Well, they are exciting times indeed. And I think while we're on the topic of excitement, maybe Nora, a question for you. In your opinion, are the most exciting developments that you see in digital therapeutics, especially what TAs and what indications do you feel have the highest potential going forward?
Oh, for me, it's obviously very difficult to give an objective answer to that because I'm so invested into mental health. And I do believe that this is this is an area where the potential for digital solutions is just so big. First of all, we've seen a rise in mental illness over the pandemic. We've already seen a rise before in mental illness, and now due to the pandemic, there's been a steep increase in people suffering from mental health conditions. In Germany, there's been a 40% increase with requests to psychotherapists and people feeling unwell. Not only in the population of people that already suffered from a mental health problem, even those that consider themselves healthy say that right now in the pandemic they have feelings from psychological unwellness. So I think that this is just an area where it is so important that we look at this area and try to figure out ways to improve the mental well-being of people, because whilst on the one hand the demand for psychotherapy and for solutions for mental health increase, it is even more difficult right now to receive help as a lot of practices close down, a lot of clinics cancel the psychiatric stays for patients. So it is a very tough solution, or very tough time, say, for people that suffer from a mental health conditions. And there is so much great evidence already that digital solutions can actually create great effects when helping people with mental health conditions. Like we just closed one of our bigger studies with 400 participants and with the Charité together in Berlin, and you could see that you could actually get really significant good results in reducing the symptoms of people. So I think this is actually an area where there will be more and more digital solutions helping people for mental disorders. And I'm very, very happy about this trend because I think it's so important.
Thank you for that, Nora. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier in your introduction that you actually work across a couple of TAs and indications already. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about that and which TAs you find the most interesting personally as well, and that have the highest growth potential going forward?
Yeah, definitely. So I totally agree to what Nora just said. And I think this specifically addresses very broad therapeutic areas. Since the remote setting is super high burden for everyone who's affected from a severe disease, and especially when you look into broad therapeutic areas like back pain, depression, diabetes, it's super thankful having offerings which are scalable even in a remote setup. With Timedica, we also dig into indications which are which doesn't have that many affected people behind, like for example multiple sclerosis or a specific rheumatology disease. And what we can see here is that these indications are really profiting from this big boom happening on the broader indications, because the public awareness is increasing, especially when it comes to the real the proven outcome from digital therapeutics, and this is basically a great fundament also for so-called niche therapeutic areas to consider also offering digital solutions in there. So from a very top-down point of view, when we take a look at the numbers and figures we see at Timedica, we have seen this massive growth also in this very broad therapeutic areas, like especially back pain and also women health. But we've seen a increased demand also from smaller therapeutic areas with a very high burden on the patient side, and also with a lot of digital affine patient groups behind.
So it's very much across the board in that case. Maybe Alexandra, switching to you, you've mentioned one drop earlier in your introduction as well, obviously very much focused on diabetes. Is that one of the only spaces, is that the main space that you consider as one that's important to invest in, or are there others that you also feel are going to be critical as we think about the potential of what digital therapeutics can do for the patient?
Yeah, Pirka, in your introduction, you alluded to the fact that we have different settings with digital therapeutics. You have it's multifaceted. You have different paradigms, and for me, DTX will progressively become mainstream, whatever these different settings. Okay, not only one drop. Okay, so and maybe if I elaborate a bit more, three categories here. You have digital therapeutics that are really drug specific, and I think they will grow, especially in high price specialty care treatment. Just think about oncology, for instance. Here you have digital therapeutics that will enhance the real world efficiency of this treatment. They will optimize the dosage, they will minimize the side effects. And you will even further down the road, you will have regulatory wise, I think you will find, you will have the emergence of drug digital combined regulatory dossier. Second, you have DTX that are part of the treatment pathway, but they are drug agnostics, and they will grow as well, especially in a chronic condition like cardiometabolic disorders. This is where you have one drop or live on go, and they are more like disease management program. They combine behavioral and clinical interventions, and this further down the road will be more and more integrated with remote monitoring, remote consultation, and it will become mainstream. And the third, let's say, paradigm is when you have digital therapeutics that come instead of a drug. Okay, and this will grow, especially when you have somehow a sort of innovation gap in the treatments. And here, I think the management of pain, the management of dementia, the management of mental health, obviously are super promising categories.
Thank you for that. Very exciting times for digital therapeutics indeed. Maybe taking a bit of a geographic lens now, since the giant event is broadcast across multiple European markets. Noah, what in your opinion could be the next big European markets for digital therapeutics in Europe, in Germany?
Apart from Germany, you mean?
Exactly. I mean, Germany's already taken first steps to obviously introduce some of the, let's say, structured pathways, but I'd love to hear some of the opinions you might have about other bigger or smaller markets in Europe.
Yes, of course. I think in general, one needs to point out that I think it's crazy what Germany has brought about with the Digital Care Act, with this very structured route to certify apps or digital solutions that are then part of the general reimbursement scheme. I think it's crazy how quickly that became, and how quickly, this is now live and running, and especially for Germany, that wasn't. Well, I wouldn't have bet on Germany being the first country to have this general reimbursement scheme, because with regards to other elements in the healthcare system, we aren't the most digital country. I think that put first. Apart from that, obviously, we as Self-Help, we also look into different markets and see which other market could be that one could internationalize into. I think it's difficult because it's obviously different factors that you, as a healthcare provider, are considering. First of all, obviously, it's the whole: is there a chance that people would pay for it themselves for the solution? And there's different countries for that. Like Switzerland, for example, you do see a higher willingness for people to pay for digital solutions themselves. Also, obviously, the US is, they're more prone to that. But then with regards to this very structured route to general reimbursement, I think actually there's no country like Germany right now. I know that it's more easy, or that there is ways for digital solutions to get into general reimbursement with the NHS in the UK. Apart from that, I know that I've heard that France is looking into different routes, but I think this will all take a bit more time. I don't know.
Remains to be seen. Any other views in the group? Perhaps Gloria?
Well, I find this is a super interesting question in the industry in which we are, because usually when you talk to people from e-commerce or from other industries, you always ask this internationalization question, and then it's everything about how can I scale, how can I multiply and so on. I think in healthcare it's super specific because internationalization depends on which insurance system does a country have, how digital affine are the patients, what is the current triage in the country, who is really prescribing, is it the doctor, is it a therapist, is it more a patient-focused country where patients are having more autonomy when it comes to the choosing of therapies. So these are all questions which always needs to be considered as a sum when it comes to internationalization. And when we dig into other countries, at Timedica, we always take the sum of these different dimensions to get a understanding how advanced is this country in terms of the acceptance of new solutions. And then the second question is always, well, what are the traction points in the country we can try to approach whenever we wanna dig into the country. And the simple answer on this very simply seeming question, but super complicated question is it depends. And the same like Nora, I see. So I think even though UK did a lot of questioning things with the Brexit, I think they are tremendously fast when it comes to the acceptance of digital therapeutics and also generally digital applications in healthcare. But nevertheless, I think there are a lot of other European, especially European countries, which are still a little bit under the surface, which we don't see obviously, but that have a massive potential also coming up, especially after COVID.
Perfect, Alex. Anything to add to that?
Maybe just three quick comments here. The first one, DIGA. I think that with regards to digital therapeutics, they moved. I mean, the move is unique and super smart. Super smart because they understood that with digital therapeutics, you don't need upfront the same, they say, drug-like clinical evidence. I mean, it's not the same story, and simply because you don't have the same profile of side effects. So they were super smart in something like, okay, let's just try. And after months, we will see in our organizational setting, what does it mean? So I think it's super smart. And the second comment is that I think that countries like France, UK, Belgium, somehow, other, globally speaking, I mean, the health authorities in Europe, they have a skin in the game here. I mean, they want to show that it works. So it's super important for us because let's keep in mind that you can always discuss, share feedbacks, provide recommendation to the health authorities because they are still this, let's say, the test and try period. So we can work with them. And third comment, maybe for France, we don't have in France DIGA-like go-to-market for digital therapeutics. However, you know, we have the ETAP program for remote monitoring here. And then the Article 51, which is more for innovative disease management or care delivery program. And then, of course, they are starting to show interest in digital solution with, let's say, the standard medical device route. So it's always an interesting area to work on.
Thank you for that. Let's maybe, after having talked about the market a little bit, let's shift gears a little bit. Alexander, I mean, we've seen several partnerships between digital therapeutics and pharma companies over the years. You've said yourself earlier, you've inked a couple of them yourself. And these have really very much created a lot of excitement around the industry. But what we've also seen is that a couple of the examples maybe of partnerships that were maybe inked a few years ago have been disbanded since then. What would be your view on pharma and DTX partnerships going forward? Do you think that's something that will become more mainstream, or it will be more opportunistic, maybe linked to some of the combinations that you talked about before?
No, I really think that the acceleration that we have seen over the last months will go on, right? We will see a further acceleration for two main reasons. The first one is that even if digital therapeutics are software based, you have a sort of shared DNA between DTX players and pharma because you have the science. Okay, a digital intervention is something like a mechanism of action. You have the clinical effectiveness, you have the safety with the regulatory approval. So a sort of shared DNA. And then you have strategic complementarities because it's software based. And so I think that these complementarities, play at two levels, usability and scalability. And maybe if I elaborate a bit here on the usability, as a digital player, you bring the expertise in user experience, in user engagement, and then you have the pharma who will bring the expertise in the patient journey, in the treatment pathway. Then on the scalability, when you, as a DTX, what you bring is data expertise, like the cybersecurity, the algorithm, the AI. You bring as well the interoperability. Should it be with EHR? Should it be with devices? And then you have the pharma. They bring, the global rollout capabilities. Should it be on the market access side or should it be on the HCP outreach? So when you look at these complementarities and shared DNA, I think that the partnership trend, it will go unabated, let's say, over the next couple of years. And I would add just even that I think that we will even see pharma players acquiring digital therapeutics players. And so this is super important, but in this play, pharma are not the only one in the race. I think that digital pharmacies, virtual care players, they are also super interested in digital therapeutic players.
Thank you for that. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier that Team Medica works extensively in partnership with pharma companies, biotechs, and other actors. Could you perhaps share with the audience how you're collaborating with these players and how you think about potential partnerships? For instance, what are some of the main things that you've been solving for in seeking out partners and the types of collaborations that you've considered as you went through that thinking process?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, at Team Medica, we have two sides of the business we do. On the one hand side, we have a app development platform, which we use to build digital patient companions and also digital therapeutics for very specific therapeutic areas. On this side, we usually cooperate with pharma when it comes to very specific questions they have. We haven't seen that many pharma corporations yet where a pharma wants to use digital therapeutics in order to increase sales, because there is not yet this very big example out there where you can make billions, and usually pharma is talking about billions when it comes to revenues, where you can make billions of revenue with digital therapeutics. So when we usually cooperate with pharma on the app side, it's questions like, they are seeking to get more real-world evidence into a specific therapeutic area. They want to get a comparison between their study results and the real-world results. They want to get a better understanding of their own therapies' effectiveness compared with competitive therapies. They usually use the insights they generate with us for medical, but also for market access. It's super insightful to get a objective understanding of a market when it comes to price negotiations. They also sometimes use the cooperation with us for marketing reasons. It's a little bit more into the direction of beyond the pill. So also here, simple answer, it depends. And whenever we get into a partnership with a pharma, for us, it's crucial to get an understanding what the real challenge is, and to tackle the specific challenge, because when, for example, the challenge is a market access question, it doesn't make any sense to promote marketing, the marketing side, for example. When it comes to our second business unit, the real-world evidence and the insights into therapy effectiveness, this is a side where we not only work with pharma, but also with biotechs, with public health insurances, with academia, and here we focus more on the learnings we can derive from the app companions we have on the one hand side, but also combined these learning with many other insights like publication study insights, study protocols, and so on. So this is more a insight-driven business we have compared to the app side, which is more a cooperation app companion driven business.
Noah, maybe a question for you. You and Selfie, you've gone the other route, almost straight to market via the DIGA process, as you've mentioned earlier. Have you at any point considered any partnerships with pharmacos? And you know, if yes, which were maybe some of the reasons why you've decided to go it alone?
Well, yes, we've definitely considered it, and we're still considering it, right? So Selfie as a company has focused in the past years already always on corporations with health insurance partners that would pay for the program's costs for the injuries. But we have done smaller projects with pharmaceutical companies in the past. So we've created a lot of content for patient support programs for pharmaceutical companies. But we didn't focus on these corporations so much in the past. I think what Alex has said is very true, and it is things have changed now because digital solutions now in Germany can be prescribed. So there is actually very good ways to cooperate with digital solutions and pharmaceutical companies, and I do see that. I definitely see that there's a strong willingness from pharmaceutical companies to cooperate with DIGA solutions, because I do also think that there is different ways that that each can bring advantages to the table. The digital solution, obviously, they have the technology, they have the certification. Then in the end, whilst the pharmaceutical company, they have the sales fleet, they have the market access, and this is something that not every digital health solution startup has. Like, for example, us, we are now setting up our own sales ways to get to doctors to prescribe our solutions. So obviously, this is something where you can go a faster route just by cooperating with a pharmaceutical company, as well as obviously things like the price negotiations and stuff. Like, obviously, pharmaceutical companies have a lot more experiences with regards to that compared to startups in the digital health space. So I do think that it does make sense to work together. The reason why we haven't decided for that with regards to our main programs, which is depression and anxiety, is because we wanted to try it out on our own first, because obviously usually in the beginning sign exclusivity agreements, etc. So we really wanted to try it out with, especially with our core products, to do it on our own. That said, we're currently evaluating the cooperation with diverse pharmaceutical companies with regards to other of our products. And I think, depending on the solution, I think it definitely could make sense to work together with pharma, and we are evaluating it, and I think we're open for it. Yeah.
Mm. And I mean, back then when you did decide to then go it alone, was there anything that maybe would have swung your decision in any other way? To say, like, if you say you had that one thing that a pharma company could offer, then you would have said yes. Well, I'll definitely go through a partnership.
I'm not sure. I think not with regards to our main program, depression. So depression, we don't want to be tied towards one player. But with regards to the other programs, I think, yeah, it's always a matter of who's the cooperation partner, like what do they bring to the table with regards to market know-how, with regards to sales fleets, but also I think for us definitely what kind of player is it with regards to how does it feel to work with them together? Because obviously one also has to take care of sometimes different views on what's the fundamental aim. Do we just want to make quick revenue, or do we actually want to find sustainable solutions to improve the lives of people? It's different aspects that we are always evaluating. But I think for our main program, there's been no way right now. We really wanted to try it out first on ourselves. But with regards to the other programs, definitely open. And I think there will be multiple corporations, to be honest, between DIGA, healthcare solutions, and pharmaceutical companies, just because it makes so much sense right now.
Fair enough. Maybe Alexander, any reactions to anything you've heard from Nora and Gloria just now?
Yeah, I think Gloria and Nora, you have really made great points here, and the reality is that so far we have not seen a massive success in terms of revenue generation for the partnerships between DTX and pharma players. And when I alluded to this fantastic complementarity skill set between pharma and DTX, I mean, this is on the paper, right? So you have to make it real. And if you want to make it real, you have to work on, let's say, on the continuous alignment across the journey and across the partnerships. And it means from the start, in terms of objectives. So you have to share, to align on the objectives, and hence the metrics, the success metrics of this partnership. It should be super clear from the scratch. It might be just improving the efficacy of a patient support program. Okay, maybe if it's just this, let's admit it from scratch and have the relevant KPI. Second, once you have, let's say, an aligned objectives and KPIs, then you have to make sure that the financials are aligned as well. I mean, it should be a win-win partnership. And then the most important thing, and it's super obvious, but once you have this framework, I mean, you have to align on the ways of working. This is super important because, of course, between a DTX company and a large pharma organization, of course, the structure, the culture are super different. So you have to implement super basic project management skills here. Deliverable, timelines, delineating the responsibilities. I mean, it's super simple like this, but in fact, I mean, I would say it's really easier said than done. And this is really lacking today.
And did you find from your experience of having done a few of these partnerships, are there any particular watch-outs that one should be aware of, apart from maybe some of the basics like project management, et cetera, that you just mentioned?
Yes, always check out the wording. I mean, do you speak the same language? So the answer is no. So always, I mean, spell out what do you mean? How do you reflect that in your project management in general? Second thing, you have to surface the objectives. They are not always super clear. And once again, you have to align. And so if it's to improve the real world value of a drug, I mean, just work in that direction. Let's admit it and just do the necessary work here. You should not be in a situation where you have misalignment on the vision and the objectives. So super, super important, all this topic. And I think managing the agility of the digital therapeutics company is super important. Understanding the methodology at the pharma level is super important as well. And when you figure out how you can really make the most of these two topics, methodology and agility, you can really start delivering great things from a design, a development, and then the most important on the rollout. The rollout is really most certainly the most difficult thing today.
Super. Many thanks for all those insightful contributions to you all. I think we're approaching the end of the panel, but I would love to give the opportunity for any closing words on any of the topics that we've discussed, be it the market itself, pharma DTX partnerships, or even just the future of DTX as a whole. Does anyone have any closing words as we wrap up? Maybe Alexandre.
I think really thank you so much for this fantastic conversation today. It was super insightful, and let's go on, right? And let's overcome all the hurdles, and I'm sure we'll get there and we will be successful together.
Perfect. Any other last words?
I can move on. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I think we're definitely at the beginning of massive changes in healthcare, and by having started Temedica back in 2015 and thinking about these very super slow steps we did, especially in the first years, 2016, 2017, we are now in this time where things are changing tremendously in a very fast pace. So I'm personally super thankful of being part of this digital shift in healthcare. I think we can do many things for the good. by inventing digital solutions. It's a great journey. It's a great roller coaster, and I think we should definitely keep an eye on this industry shift because it's definitely something we're going to remember in the next few years.
Yeah, I can only agree, obviously, with the two of you. I think it is such a crazy time right now for digital players to be part of revolutionizing the healthcare systems of countries. I think it's such a great time. And in general, I think the pandemic has done so little good, of course. But if there's one good thing that it brought about, I think, is this acceleration of digital solutions in the healthcare system. So let's not make this go to waste, basically, but let's take on this acceleration and really, build great digital structures to improve digitalization in healthcare.
Wonderful. I love those optimistic words to the end. Let's all be very positively forward-looking. With that, thank you very, very much to all of you as panelists joining me here today on the virtual stage. Very insightful conversation, and also, of course, many big thanks to our viewers here today as well at the event. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this session. I just want to speak very, very briefly about some enormous challenges that we have in society and the opportunities for digital innovation to address these challenges. So once again, my name is Barry Schreier. I'm the founder and chief executive of Giant Health, and very, very proud to introduce you to some colleagues and collaborators who are going to talk to you about a new DTX impact venture. I just wanted to say very, very briefly a summary of the situation. There's that famous phrase in Chinese history, which is a greeting, and also it's allegedly a curse, which is, may you live in interesting times. And I think the interesting element of that is, in fact, 5,000 years ago, that was a curse. But for us, we view that as an opportunity. We love the phrase from JFK, who said, most people look at things and say, why? We like to look at situations and to say, why not? So what we're about to launch is an exciting new opportunity in digital therapeutics that we're going to be talking about. And it's to address some enormous, exciting challenges and changes. Challenges in society, for example, relating to aging and the cost of the healthcare system required to deal with that. Challenges in the world of hospitals relating to the fact that, of course, over 100 years ago, hospitals were invented to deal with chronic conditions across society, which no longer exist or are no longer the biggest challenges in healthcare. Challenges in the pharma industry, where, for example, we know that if you take a drug to deal with an ailment, that doesn't necessarily provide the cure. And challenges in society at large, like the fact that we have growing issues relating to obesity, which is actually a man-made challenge. The challenges in healthcare are very much in society of our own making, so what we need are digital innovations to help us unmake the problems of our own behavior, which is very exciting. It's an enormous opportunity, and I'm very, very proud to be involved in the launch of a new digital therapeutics initiative to address these challenges. So thank you, everybody, and very happy to introduce my co-founder, Tony. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. And it's my pleasure to introduce our new initiative, DTX Impact Ventures. And we all, as Barry said, we believe that digital therapeutics has a tremendous potential to address many of our key healthcare challenges in the future, both health outcomes, but also health economics. So over the next 30 minutes, I will focus on DTX, key trends and opportunities. I'll pass on to Shafi, who will explain more about the purposes and scope of DTX Impact Ventures. And finally, I'm very excited with our guest speaker, who you can see there, and Ian, and he'll be speaking about our first DTX Innovation Challenge, which is extremely exciting for all of us. So during our exploration of designing what we're calling DTX Impact Ventures, we spoke to many digital therapeutics players, healthcare thought leaders, pharma corporations, and they've all been amazingly supportive and collaborative with us. It's just a very supportive environment. And in terms of the definition, this is the definition of DTX by the Digital Therapeutics Alliance. And I do need to mention the excellent work being done by the DTA in supporting the development of the sector. And they published 10 fundamental principles for DTX, and the first two are to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disorder or disease, and secondly, a medical intervention that is driven by software. And these are two fundamental driving principles behind everything that we do. So this slide is looking at comparing DTX with traditional pharma, and we know traditional pharma has been going for many years, and DTX is quite recent. And the basis of both is always about human health, the outcomes, validated clinical efficacy. But for me, the biggest difference is that DTX continuously iterates. It's based on fast data feedback loops, and we're continuously iterating and adapting and evolving change. Whereas when drug companies are produced and approved, they will not change for 10 years plus. And that has quite a lot of difference in the culture and approach and the way products are designed, which sometimes makes collaboration difficult, but we're here to make collaboration easier and better. So the other thing is looking at active ingredients. Within what is the magic ingredient that makes actually a therapy active of pharma versus digital therapeutics? Well, for pharma, it's the molecular active agent that are absorbed into the bloodstream. And in this example, we have selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which are widely used as an antidepressant. Whereas in DTX, the magic ingredient is actually engagement. But we shouldn't underestimate what engagement actually is within DTX, because we can see through functional neuroimaging that psychotherapy such as CBT can increase serotonin transport density in, for example, addressing atypical depression. So really, both drugs and DTX engagement can have a molecular change and chemical process in the brain. And used in combination, we believe very strongly they can be even more powerful. So there's been a lot, even I mentioned that DTX, and we heard from Sophie Park as well with G4A, a lot of interesting stuff about DTX. It's a new industry, but it's actually evolving very fast. And looking from left to right, we have WellDoc and Armada. In fact, WellDoc was probably the most original DTX, and they were just founded in 2005. But they're more than DTX. In fact, they've evolved from DTX, as you may have heard from Andre speaking earlier with Prosoma, and they're much more extended care disease management. That includes sometimes elements of DTX. When you move into the center of that, you've got Pear and Valibria, which is part of the Gaia group in Germany, who are Digger endorsed. They're more horizontal players. They have certain types of CBT or some sort of mental mechanisms and prescription reimbursement. And what they're doing is they're gradually moving horizontally into other therapies. They're moving horizontally. We believe there's more work to be done vertically. And most DTX up to date has been about digitizing proven therapies, especially around CBT. And I think very much that much of the low-hanging fruit has been taken. But there is really interesting stuff where companies like Achille are looking at validating completely new non-drug science. So Achille has created a science which is the first and only prescription treatment delivered through video games, especially for children with ADD. And I think actually may have a point to make when Ian represents the challenge going forward. And Cognito is even more recent, is very noteworthy. They're using neuroimaging and have found that using light and auditory pulses controlled by software, they can stimulate functional connectivity between areas of the brain. And they've been looking at actually addressing Alzheimer's doing that way. And they've been recently awarded FDA breakthrough device designation in the US. So, of course, every company, and I think that's what Andre finished off with earlier on Prosoma, the commercialization strategy is so important, and it's been a rapid evolution of reimbursement, especially in digital therapeutics. There's Digger in Germany, there's the FDA in the USA, and there's very, very rapid developments. UK and Belgium probably very much ahead of the game in Europe. But in my opinion, the key gatekeepers, and I think Orca has mentioned this as well in talks in the past, is the GP and physician. And we need to be able to have trust and confidence and support of the clinical interface, shall we say. And this is where I think DTX players can work collaboratively with pharma. Pharma spends hundreds of millions, if not billions, working with the medical community. And as we saw earlier with Sophie Park, with Bayer G4A, pharma has the muscle to supercharge distribution if there's a complementary benefit for them. So this is another point. The FDA and other regulators have been active contributors. And in our opinion, the regulation and compliance is very much the start point. You know, we have to have obviously clinical efficacy for the intervention, procedures for safety, information security and risk management. But DTX companies still need to prove economic benefit to healthcare providers, especially very complex healthcare providers like the NHS, and to insurance payers and others. And obviously to also achieve, there's no point having engagement with one person, you have to have engagement with millions of people, and that's where distribution adoption is so important as well. So commercialization and rapid adoption are the key challenges going forward. So we're here today, there's been a few years and it's changing rapidly. What are the key things? Why now is it important? Well, technology is critical. We've seen about regulators and payers. Technology is really moving forward with personalized medicine, new sensors, and as I mentioned earlier, advances in neuroimaging, and data, real-time data feedback, measuring side effects and progression. Consumers and physicians, COVID has been tragic, but it actually has changed attitudes towards remote care and actually self-managed care more in 1 year probably than the last 5. And cost and skills, we've seen with increased pressure with chronic diseases, comorbidities, and of course a pandemic, we have a lot of pressure. We're going to look at more cost-effective models of providing care. So we've been working with many early-stage companies, seed stage and above in DTX, and we've observed consistent challenges which turned out to be actually the premise, which Shafi will go on to, as to what we're looking to do. And these have turned out to be quite repetitive problems. So, for example, identifying and working with hospitals and onboarding medical specialists is just very difficult. You know, so many DTX companies and digital health companies now approaching healthcare providers. Who do they select? How do they get on board? It's just too complex. Designing effective pilots and clinical trials and reducing delays. And there's no point having to wait so long for ethics and recruitment. These can be really compressed and made more simple. And really the compliance part is more complex than a typical startup is able to look at, like implementing quality management systems, information security, and risk management. And finally, probably the hardest thing as well is you've got all these component, different parts working together. How do you build this multifunctional team? You need mobile design, you need data science, you need regulation and compliance, content creation, making even video games, clinical trial design, and also commercialization and pharma cooperation. So really complicated for a typical startup to be able to get their teeth around. And I think I like this, John mentioned earlier, you know, start from the patient and work backwards. And this is our North Star. Everything we do, our central focus is always the patient, the individual that will benefit from the intervention. And of course, if it's a child, as in the case of Older Hay, it's the parents or the guardians, they have a key role to play. Secondly, we focus on the physician, specialists, and other caregivers in the healthcare system. And only then can we really understand how to work and cooperate with the early stage ventures and with our corporate partners and the pharmaceutical players. And now it's my pleasure to introduce, or don't need to introduce Shafi, do I? He's been off the stage 100 times already, so I'll pass on to Shafi.
Sure. Thank you so much. So it's really exciting for us. At Giant, we've been around for a number of years, working with innovators, startups, VCs, trying to bring that community together. And now we thought it's about time we did our own thing and used that community and our networks and relationships to launch our fund. So it's really going to be an amazing ride and journey for us. And Liverpool seems a great place to launch this because we've seen so many great speakers about how Liverpool becoming an innovation hub. And I'm so impressed by the city and the kind of the energy and enthusiasm around that. So as Tony mentioned, it has to be about patients. We talk about technology, we talk about innovation. Ultimately, at the heart of this is the patient. How do we improve quality of care? So our remit is going to be how do we reduce the kind of the life years wasted with disability and illness? How do we improve that and improve quality of life? How do we also combine treatments? It's not just about one treatment. We have existing drug treatments that's been validated, it's good. How do we add value in conjunction? It's going to be synergistic, it's going to be additive, it's going to improve the outcomes. And also not to have too much friction, because you know friction is difficult in healthcare systems, a lot of barriers to adoption. How to make that seamless for people who want to bring in an idea like Prosoma, who spoke earlier, looking at cancer kind of treatment for patients. So those are kind of our reasons for running this DTX. Excuse me. What we're going to do is just help co-design. Obviously, a lot of hospitals, a lot of healthcare systems have enormous challenges that they need solutions for. So how do we help them with that? We don't just throw technology. It's designing, okay, what are those challenges look like? Is it a patient with COPD? Is it a diabetic? What do they need to help support either the behavioral problems or indeed taking up drugs or medicines or whatever? How do we add value to that? And so we see ourselves as an intersection between the kind of the early stage ventures, healthcare as a whole, and biopharma. Pharma obviously have a huge interest in using different kinds of modalities of treatment, as we've seen earlier with here. And what we've seen recently is accelerated clinical trials. There's a whole load of papers in the Lancet and the Nature on how we're changing the framework of clinical trials. We've seen vaccines come in within a short time period because of the necessity for bringing patients quickly and testing out some new therapies. So we'll be looking at that and using latest ideas around clinical trials and adoption. So look, what's our team? I think we've got the right skill sets, and that's what we've been working hard on, to bring the right kind of partnerships around technology, people understand business, who are entrepreneurs, know right, and successful businesses like Barry, for example, advisors and mentors like Tony for the UNDP, global people who really understand the challenge and how to succeed, bring those ideas to market. So this is a kind of what we're thinking of as our kind of gateway, our network of bringing that collaboration together. And the key word of all of this is, I'm sure I've explained to you during the whole day-to-day, is about collaboration. You can't do it on your own. Healthcare needs collaborators, it needs industry partners. It needs hospitals, innovators like Ian, to bring it all together. And that's the key. How do we fuse that together to be really successful and to provide those solutions to those problems we're discussing? So we talk about standalone kind of therapies, how we add value to that or on its own. We can add treatments together to improve the efficacy. But overall view, we think that we can improve not just the kind of the disease process, it's the physical mental health needs. One thing that's very obvious for last year is how bad mental health has affected all of us and how important it is to understand people's holistic approach to their care so that we can enable a better society. And ultimately what we want is to prevent illness. We want to be well. We want to maintain wellness and well-being, prevent these admissions to hospital, take away costs associated with that. So our vision is much more global, of reducing cost and increasing impact overall. And this kind of example, what we think we can do. Of course, what this does is produce lots of data. Of course, it'd be crazy not to use data in a way that it's meant to be used. Very specific, targeted, make more personalized medicine. So all things that we do will drive data analysis, as we've seen earlier with AI, deep machine learning. How do we use that data on a population scale, like a city of Liverpool, or indeed a region, or indeed maybe a country or much further? So it's again using that information in a different way. Of course, pharma and biopharma have done amazing things, of course, but they also struggle in understanding how to navigate through the healthcare system, as we've seen earlier in our discussions about the NHS. So how do we help foster that relationship with them? How do we help them navigate through the quagmire of healthcare sometimes? How do we improve that, make it much more efficient, so we can see real time, within 6 months, 12 months, real change, and looking at how we adopt change very quickly and translate those ideas into clinical practice. And Ian will tell you the difficulties around that, I'm sure, but they've managed well at Alder Hey of really bringing innovation to the heart of an organization. So obviously, our areas of focus would be quite wide-ranged. We'll be looking at oncology, looking at all these systems, as you've seen, and looking at comorbidity. A lot of patients have more than one disease or illness, which we can help adopt and support. So it's looking at how we use these technologies to improve that, the health of those patients. I mentioned earlier about the kind of long-term conditions, COPD, asthma, diabetes, many others. And did you know 60% of all the resources of the NHS goes to paying for chronic diseases? It's a lot of money, a lot of things to impact. If we can solve some of those problems, we'll save money and we'll be able to redistribute that money in different ways and perhaps access mental health better. So these are the kind of percentages we've seen of people with problems overlapping with chronic disease and long-term problems such as mental health. And it's a problem that needs solving. We know that. A lot of people are now figuring out how to manage this better. If you look at the areas that we're thinking of, these are the kind of areas that we've highlighted, what we think we can add value. Well, it's about the clinical pilot study for early startups, looking at the regulatory compliance, looking at partnerships through hospitals and academic health science networks, for example, looking at corporate innovation partnerships with major companies, and looking at product and human factor design, as well as the other things you've seen in the scaling up to data science tech, talent acquisition, and ongoing support. So we're going to be offering all of these ideas and saying that we can do much more than just saying, here's a startup and we'll encourage you to work. It's how do you get involved in the whole process and journey of a startup. So that's kind of my bit around what we're going to do. But obviously, one of the most inspirational guys in healthcare in the UK is Ian, there's no question. When I look around who's doing amazing things and which hospitals are adopting change, Alder Hey are in a league of their own. And we're so pleased to have them as support with us. And also Ian's passion and drive to innovate, not just here locally, but nationally, internationally. So we're so pleased he's joining us on this journey. Ian.
Thank you very much. You can see me with, in real life, I can go red with kind of embarrassment. It's such a lovely introduction. I think most people here actually know me and know Alder Hey, but for the viewers at home, I want to give you a little bit of background about what Alder Hey is all about. Now, Alder Hey is a really, really special place. It's been looking after the children in Liverpool for well over 100 years, and it's a massive children's specialist hospital on the edge of Liverpool. Now, the thing that I really, really like about Alderhay is that it does primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary level care. And what that actually means is that if you need complex cardiac surgery, you come to us. You know, if you need to have advanced tumor therapies, you come to us. But if you fall over and scrape your knee, then you come to us as well. We will do the full spectrum from, you know, what would be regarded as trivial right up to the highest end of medicine. And I think that's why it gets such a nice place within Liverpool, because everyone has either been treated here or has a member of family who's been treated here, or has got some connection to the place itself. So when I was asked, can you give us a challenge? Can you give us an idea for digital therapeutics that we could lay it down? I thought I'd try and kind of keep it in keeping with the theme of Alderhay. And not necessarily just going for the big sexy diseases that have, you know, huge research budgets and high profile, you know, like cancer and cardiac surgery, but actually some of the simpler things. And I think, you know, we had a really good chat in our team actually, you know, what would be the thing that you'd like to fix amongst the clinicians, amongst the researchers? And one thing that came out was constipation. And I know that sounds like, oh my goodness, that's a trivial thing. Constipation, that's, you know, nothing, but it's really, really serious. It's a big problem and it causes huge amounts of harm, both psychologically and physically. I have, as a surgeon, had to pull stomas on a child. They were so constipated because they were going into renal failure from the toxicity of it. Isn't that incredible? 30% of children will have a significant episode of constipation at some point in their life. That's a huge amount, and it's really difficult to treat. It fills clinics. It's a huge amount of impact on general pediatricians, pediatric surgeons. And it's simple things like people don't present early enough with it. They don't come into they don't get treated properly early enough. And as a result, it takes ages to get them out of it. The treatment regimes are really difficult to stick to. Can you imagine giving a child a medication every single day, which involves drinking half a litre of fluid or a litre of fluid every day for 2 years? Is a 4-year-old going to go with that? Trying to track their symptom progression. Things change, whether it's a warm day or a cold day. There's huge social and deprivation-associated factors. There's changing their behaviour around food and what they eat. So I think it's an absolute sitter for a digital therapeutic intervention. And I'd like to kind of try and, you know, build its profile because it's not something people talk about. And I'd really like to see it fixed, as with most of the clinicians at Alderhay as well. So that's kind of our challenge there. We'll put it down. And, you know, we're always willing to work with companies or people who have innovative solutions out there. And we've got a portal as well that we bring this stuff in through. So I'll hand you back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. And what a wonderful challenge it is. And there's no better time than... Well, behavioural change is difficult at the best of times, but there's no better time than to try and instigate behavioural change than in childhood. And it's definitely one of Public Health England's top priorities to have a best start in life. And it covers so many different things from dietary to sedentary to just general awareness of the sort of lifestyle factors that affect and environmental factors that affect, and a lot of social impact as well in terms of the differences there, and obviously increasing levels of childhood obesity. So we're really open now for collaborations and partnerships. Obviously, Alderhay is fantastic. We're looking for hospital trial partners. We're looking for DTech ventures out there that have therapies in the areas that we're looking into. And of course, we really do believe in the collaboration with pharmaceutical companies to come up with better standards of care, working with DTech in partnership. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, and thank you also to Ian and Shafi. Thanks very much.
Good, okay.
Welcome to the session about digital health business building and scaling. Really happy to have you all of you here today. I just need to start with a small print that this does not constitute any advice or any does not violate applicable laws. Now we can move ahead, and I'm really happy to introduce you to my co-presenters here today. First of all, Amy, our digital therapeutics expert from the New Jersey office, my colleague Stephanie from San Francisco, who is our design expert. And then as health tech business building is a really hands-on practical thing, I'm particularly happy that we have Ofer Leitner, the president of Happify Health today, as well as Bruce Hellman, the CEO of UMotive, who will talk a bit about their practical experiences and learnings that they had in business building and scaling. First of all, on the next slide, if we move one further, I want to talk a little bit about the basis of our perspective here on digital health business building. First of all, we've followed a tried and tested business building approach that has been used for more than 200 business building and scaling pieces. We also talk about some of the learnings and the experiences from the digital health value pools work, as well as experience from the Global Health Tech Network, a community of more than 800 digital health companies. And on the right, you can just see here also some of the business building stats and the impact that this business building method has delivered, both in terms of return on investment, likelihood of scaling, and then looking at incumbent businesses and business buildings, the margin versus the legacy business. On the next page, you can see that that business building is, of course, an important topic for both startups and incumbents. And while the startup tries to get to distribution, usually the incumbent tries to get to innovation fast. On the next page, we'll see that incumbents and startups, of course, have different advantages as they build and scale businesses. Incumbents have their existing customer base. They've got cash, balance sheet, brand, and subject matter experts that they can rely on. Startups, on the other hand, have rapid, agile ways of working, usually interesting culture, talent attraction, greenfield solution that can help them move faster than building it within a legacy business. And on the next page, we also see that they are often solving for different things. Incumbents often optimize EBIT, think very hard about market share. They have processes in place, technology in place, whereas then startup usually try to move fast, think about exit value, think about investors, and so on. Moving to the next page, I just want to share a little bit more around the incumbent view, because pre-COVID and now during COVID, business building has increased massively in importance for incumbent businesses. While pre-COVID, 35% of incumbent businesses said that business building is an important priority for them. Currently, 58% of incumbent businesses say so. And the most common reasons why they focus now on business building is new revenue streams. They see that customer expectations are shifting, and they are either within or preparing for industry disruptions. Moving to the next page. We see that incumbents in particular find business building usually quite difficult. Just going through the Fortune 100 list and look at all of the corporate business buildings that happened in the last 20 years, you can see that about 15–16% of them have really been blockbuster successes, and the remainder have been partial successes or no success. And a lot of you, of course, can recognize some of the common reasons for failure here. My favorite one is killed with love, dragged down by bureaucracy, or also the revenge of the mothership, where the new business is actually then creating conflict between the legacy business and the new business. When we move towards digital health business building, of course, then things become usually even more complicated, because on the next page, you can see that digital health business building is then actually, in addition, also influenced by a set of country-specific conditions. For example, does this country have a digital health strategy in place that is driving digital health? What about the regulatory environment? What about the reimbursement for digital health? Then there is usually a big dependence on the technical infrastructure, so electronic health records, e-prescription, is that in place? Is that working in the country already? As well as then openness and willingness to use by both healthcare professionals as well as patients and citizens. That's just to kick us off, but now let's move towards the learnings, and over to you, Amy, to take us through this.
In this next section, we will share with you elements to consider as you build a digital health business. And the basis of our perspective stems from in-depth research we've done with over 50 digital health companies themselves, as well as our experiences working with life science companies, venture capital companies, PE funds on digital health innovation. The next page, please. The building blocks that we've summarized are value proposition, robust and compliant products, delightful experience, proven value, scalable model, and talent and agility. And these tend to vary by customer type, as well as what the company's core asset is. As we walk through the building blocks on the next page, you will see that I will be joined by Ofer and Bruce from Happify Health and Umotive, who will share how they approach each of these elements in their respective companies. On the next page, we're going to move to the first building block, which is value proposition. There's a reason we start with this one first when we talk about digital health businesses. It's the foundational building block that everything else builds on or supports. For a business to be successful, it needs to be clear what it is offering, to whom, and what makes it different from the thousands of other companies out there. A few key questions to consider might be, what is the clinical, economic, or experiential unmet need you're trying to address? Or who is the customer or the full set of stakeholders, and what do they care about? For example, for a payer, clinical outcome and cost of care might be the most important metrics, while for patients, experience often matters just as much as outcomes. Other considerations might include, how is what you're offering different from existing alternatives? And how do you foresee adoption, and what barriers can you anticipate? Turning it over to Bruce, how have you approached the value proposition for Umotive?
Great, thanks. This is a very important and interesting question that we've lived through at Umotive. Initially, we were focused on delivering for patients and clinicians in a provider setting, but our value proposition was somewhat unclear, 4 or 5 years ago. Where we focus now is capturing data for researchers, so engaging patients, some of whom you see on this slide here, to capture a lot of data about how they're feeling, their outcomes, their symptoms, and other clinical assessments, and use that to power research. Now, that's a very clear value proposition because it solves the problem for the researcher who needs the data, and it also engages the patient or the participant to be a contributor towards research. And I think over recent years, we've seen the real importance of being a must-have part of delivering a solution, rather than earlier on in the Umotive journey, we were somewhat a nice-to-have. So identifying something where you deliver real value, we've lived the experience of that being absolutely critical.
Thank you so much, Bruce. The second building block that we'll talk through is creating robust and compliant products. And for this one, I will hand it over to my colleague, Stephanie. She'll walk through some of the critical elements to consider, and then over to Bruce, who will share examples from Umotive.
So equally important to a clear value proposition is, of course, delivering on patient safety and thus regulatory requirements. And typically, a quality manual system covers the compliance needs. However, traditionally, that has turned the QMS to be considered as a cost of doing business versus an enabler of enterprise value creation. And in addition, within digital health framework, there's an inherent clash of divergent working methods and cultures, right? In technological side, it's used to work in an agile methodology, which is failing and learning fast in short sprints. the clinical medical approach is highly structured with very lengthy development phases, in particular in early R&D. So what we've heard from digital health companies, but also have implemented in our own processes, is treating quality and the quality manual system as an enabler to solving those challenges. So, for example, just like when building the patient-facing application, building the QMS from a design thinking, hence user-centric point of view. And because now the organization is considered a user, it also requires for the entire organization to own the quality. And one way of implementing is for combining, for example, the agile process documentation with design control documentation. And that is ironically something that has fed very nicely back into traditional medtech and physical product. Because compliance law is also now embedded within flexible, user-friendly, organically built, automated data collecting workflows. It also naturally fulfills the spirit and not only the letter of those regulations we talked about earlier. And that really creates the actual robustness, because now it can adapt with flexibility to constantly evolving and changing content. And now over to the true experts who have played in the sandbox intensively.
Thank you for that. And I couldn't agree more that quality systems are not just a cost of business, they are actually an enabler, and designed and implemented well can certainly underpin and help the digital health product. I talked earlier about our move from initially working with providers and patients to now our focus on delivering for researchers. And most of our clients are big pharmaceutical companies and CROs, and we therefore have to work within a very regulated industry, working to good clinical practice and many other regulations. So having the right level of robustness and compliance is absolutely essential for what we deliver. And over recent years, we've seen that in implementing quality management systems and better ways of implementing technology, that raises up the quality level for our own team and what we can deliver to clients as well. I think the big takeaway I'd have is that when starting on this journey to build a digital health business, I think it's important to embrace the need for quality. We've now implemented ISO 9001. You really have to embrace it and see this as a part of an enabler. And something that is a benefit to your business, not a cost. It doesn't detract from the real work. This is the real work. It's absolutely vital. And if you don't pay attention to ticking the boxes for things like GDPR, HIPAA, and other privacy regulations, you will only go so far, and then you'll realize that you're not really serving your clients. So this is all part of delivering what is actually a good product and a good service to your customers.
Thank you, Stephanie and Bruce. In our next building block, we talk about delightful experience. This is one that I imagine all of us can relate to as consumers. As consumers, we tend to gravitate toward products and services that are easy to use, intuitive, delightful. Think about your favorite gaming console, or your favorite kitchen gadget, or your favorite social media platform. Why does it attract you and keep you engaged? We should be applying the same focus on experience with our digital health products and services as tech companies and consumer products companies use for everyday items that we all love and use. As we think about the word delightful, one way to break it down is to ask, is it simple to use? Does it integrate with existing journeys, workflows, and processes seamlessly? Is it engaging? And is it personal? Now over to you, Ofer. How have you thought about this building block in the context of Happify Health?
Thanks, Amy. This is a great topic. For us, everything starts with creating delightful experiences. If you don't have the delightful experience that engages the patient, that retains the consumer, you simply don't have an application. So we have to make sure that whatever we do first and foremost is patient-centric and really drive the level of experience that consumers are expecting from their applications outside of healthcare into healthcare. When we began the journey, we spent close to 2.5 years in optimizing this journey to make sure that we got the patient experience right. If you don't get it right, you would see what happens with most healthcare applications that would not survive 30 days retention at an acceptable rate. If you can deliver retention, you can't really deliver clinical protocols, you can't deliver the value over time. So make sure that you really think consumer when you start building the applications. Make sure that you A/B test every single thing, color palette, sounds, colors. Make sure that you understand the emotional attachment of people into the application, and make sure that you drive the right behaviors. When you have that foundation, you can really step forward and making sure that you step into advancing your product through other elements with the confidence that your product would really deliver for consumers.
Thank you, Ofer. The next building block is proven value. This is important to all stakeholders, whether they are a payer, a provider, a patient, or a pharmaco. They want to make sure the thing works. In essence, this is the building block that shows customers your product or service actually does what you say it will. A few things to consider include what evidence would be required to demonstrate your value proposition? How can critical metrics be collected? How will these metrics inform the go-to-market model and strategy? If you go to the next slide, you'll see that we've listed out a few ways that we think about value for a digital health business. It can include improved clinical outcome, improved cost effectiveness or cost of care, or improved patient or user experience, as well as behavior modification. There are a number of ways to measure each of them. We've listed a few here. As companies think through these, it's important to consider how key stakeholders consider value and what methods they will look for to feel comfortable about the value of your business. Turning it back over to Ofer again, how have you and Happify Health approached this proven value building block?
Thanks, Amy. As a multi-platform, multi-channel company, we really kind of began the journey of proving value by understanding on which value attributes needed to be validated according to each of the channels that we decided to take our solutions to market. The employers, self-insured employers may need certain set of outcomes. Payers would need a different set of outcomes. And as you go and make claims in more regulated territory, you need even more rigorous data. My only advice is start early. As soon as you have the product ready, as soon as you think that you nail the consumer experience, start generating evidence, whether that be a real world evidence first. This is something you can generate very relatively quickly, then advance it into randomized control trial, then go and validate whether the clients and partners that you work with really see the outcomes that they're expecting to. If not, you're going to repeat this process. And generally speaking, I would say this is a never-ending story in digital health company. You continue to generate more and more evidence that strengthen the value attributes that you're claiming that you're delivering.
Thank you, Ofer. The building blocks we've gone through thus far are all heavily focused on the product or the service. So what does it offer? Is it robust? Is it delightful? Does it have a proven value? This next building block, which is at the top of the pyramid, is where we shift to the commercial model. It's what we call scalable model. This element builds upon the previous building blocks and is visualized here at the top because in order to scale and to be, to grow the company, you really have to have a sustainable business model in place. Questions to consider may include, how will the value be generated or captured, and by whom? How will this solution interact with existing solutions and established players? And as we then go to the next page, we lay out a few questions as well as options to consider as you think through the economic model and go-to-market strategy. To be sustainable, a health tech company needs a business model that aligns the users, the payers, the revenue model, and a go-to-market plan. The business model, of course, can evolve as the company matures. Often the business model that a company starts with is different from what it ends up with a few years down the road. Turning back to Happify, Ofer, how is your company addressing the scalable model piece?
Amy, scalability in the business model is very important. As a company in digital health, we should assume that most of these business models are scaling well, but you need to make sure that you pay attention for a few things. One, does your product deployment scale? Can you deploy it at scale? Do you have a business model that scales with volume? And can you start taking advantage of risk-sharing models where you basically say, I'm trusting my product to deliver the value, and able to capture disproportionate value of the risk as I kind of validate that I can deliver on the outcomes. At Happify, we have various business models that are attempting to go in different channels that we sell and really go after the different models, anywhere from PMPM, PEPM, per engagement and per license, and really try to kind of create a portfolio of business models that are supporting our partner needs.
The last building block is talent and agility, and it's there to support all the other building blocks. And that's why we have it a bit separate from the pyramid, but shown as encompassing the whole of it. No company can create what they aspire to create without the right talent in place, whether it's clinical expertise, tech, regulatory, or design talent. Agility is also important. It's rare to get things right the first time. It's important to have an environment in the company that allows for agility in learning and adapting from failures. Effective digital health companies are able to combine an agile culture committed to quality and the latest development practices and technologies. Bruce, how have you and Umotive approached the talent and agility topic?
This is such a critical part of the model, and such a crucial building block here. Compounded or made even more important, I think, by the pandemic that we've all lived through now, because we're having to bring people into the team. We've expanded by over 50% during lockdown, and are hiring many more talented people into our organization. I think one of the biggest challenges for us in digital health is that balance of the very different types of people. The need for quality professionals, the need for salespeople, the need for developers, service delivery colleagues, and others, which is very different types of people that you need to bring together. I think for us, one of the key things is making sure that as you bring those different groups together, you unite behind a common purpose, a common set of values, and then understanding how what we're building together is making an impact and making a difference. So I think one of the real advantages that we will all have in digital health is that ability to focus people's minds on how we make things better for patients, how we make things better ultimately for health systems as well. And I think that's how we can get that right balance, bringing people together, working effectively, but united around a common goal. That helps it, makes it somewhat easier to recruit brilliant talent into the organization, and then to keep people running in the same direction as well.
Thank you so much, Ofer and Bruce, for joining us. It was great to hear stories from the ground. And so this is it. These were the 6 basic building blocks of a successful digital health business. There's a lot more meat to this, of course, and we do have an article and more materials. Feel free to get in touch. And then with that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Tobias, to wrap us up.
Thank you, Amy, Steffi, Ofer, and Bruce. That was great. If you're now curious what the Health Tech Network is and where some of the things that we referenced can be found, just here a quick intro. The Health Tech Network is in essence a network of more than 800 digital health and health tech CEOs globally, ranging from Canada to Australia. If you are a health tech CEO or a digital health CEO or founder and you're interested in joining, please email us as healthtechnetwork@mckinsey.com. And on the next page, you'll also find our contact details and where you can find the paper that we just referenced. So you can see here also, if you want to get in touch with Ofer or Bruce and find more information about Happify Health and Umotive, LinkedIn, Twitter, email information, same for Amy, Stephanie, and myself. And at the bottom left, you can see again the Health Tech Network email address, as well as the website where you can find the article about health tech business building that we referenced today. Thank you very much for your attention. It was great being with you today, and have a great rest of your conference.
Yes, I think I'm live now. So hello and good afternoon to everyone that is watching and the jury members and the startups that are going to pitch now. My name is Markus Dietrich and I'm an investment analyst at Hadian Ventures, and I will be your moderator for today's pitching session at this Giant Health event. I will not give you a long overview of Hadian Ventures itself now, as my colleague Anessa will later also have a talk and give you a broader introduction to us. But just to quickly mention, we are a Nordic-based life science venture fund and invest in promising startups all over Europe. But without further longer introduction, I think we will just directly move on to the first company, which will be Jukes. And just as a short intro, imagine you are a swimming coach and, for example, you need to communicate towards your athletes. What would you do? They are in the water, they can't hear you, so this is obviously an issue. How would you communicate with them? Well, Jukes will now explain us how, with the help of a water-resistant headphone, they have solved this problem, and also what are all the other great use cases for their technology. So with that, I will pass on to Nikolai Thompson, who is the founder of Jukes, and will now explain us more about it.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you very much for such a warm welcome. I'll just share my screen straight away and we'll get started. Right. Hello, and thank you again for having me. Jukes is a hardware company with a mission to empower all people to participate in sports for mental and physical well-being, then go on to do extraordinary things. Jukes needs to be in your portfolio if you believe in our mission and are looking for a high-impact investment with a solid return in this growing wearable space. So what do we do? This is Lincoln. He is deaf and has been a keen swimmer for 2 years. In October 2019, his club bought a single headset so Lincoln can hear the coach's instruction at the same time as everyone else. The first time he did, his mother was on poolside in tears. Now this is possible because we have waterproofed bone conduction speakers, and using radio we can transmit audio up to 750 meters away. To date, we have focused on the swimming market, as Marcus has said, but we can be found everywhere, from COVID-19 PTSD recovery programs with referrals from the NHS to a European national team training with Jukes for the Tokyo Olympic Games. Now, there are many problems, but this is the one Jukes solves for. We know a lack of real-time communication mean fewer coaching minutes each session, resulting in slower improvements and eventually premature dropout because you're not inspired and you're not winning. Now, people lose their motivation and are more likely to drop out in sport when goals are not being hit and improvement slows down. Did you know in England, just 15% of girls aged 18 are active, and amongst boys, it's only 26%. And yet our obesity rate is forecast to be 50% by 2050. So this is also a health and wellness problem. So we put coaches and supporters in radio contact with athletes on land or in water, or indeed space, to give them the encouragement, technical and strategic guidance they need to achieve their goals and do extraordinary things. So this is the headset we currently source from China, and it has got us this far. But the specs are no longer innovative, but we are helping coaches and athletes get closer. So from amateur clubs in New Zealand raving about us on Instagram and coaches sharing photos like this, to Dr. Gary Palmer, who is now using Jukes to increase the fitness of international athletes from triathlon to football. Now, we've done amazing things with clubs around the world to date, and our 14th country we've shipped to has just been added. The bulk of our business is in the UK, which was recently given a boost with a commercial deal signed with the Swim Teachers Association, allowing us to offer our tech exclusively to their 12,500 members and 56 member countries around the world, including massive sports markets in the US, Australia, and China. But this is our future. For Lincoln and tens of millions of athletes between 8 and 80, an innovative headset for multidiscipline sports, above and below the water, with IoT connectivity, lightweight sensors, and a breakthrough adjustable fitting for all heads in all sports. This is what your investment will bring to life and be sold to the $16 billion sports coaching market that sits inside the hugely exciting $450 billion sports market full of potential acquirers. I'm also very proud to announce that this week, Jukes was accepted to Loughborough University's Advanced Technology and Innovation Centre, giving us access to their vast research and sports resources, and ironically, I have to say, EU funding to bring manufacturing back to the continent. So the idea of real-time communication in a sports coaching environment is actually quite novel. And 100% of our 1,200 sales are from word-of-mouth recommendations and customers posting on social media. Unlike our most interesting competitor, Milo, who have spent 3 years designing their walkie-talkie replacement and yet to release a product, or Finis and Zygo, who designed a product first and now trying to sell it, you are investing in a team that have learned a lot in the past 3 years about what a great sports training headset needs to be to break out beyond the single sport with eyes on the prize, football. So today we have a simple business model, selling through our website with payment upfront. However, we're signing our first dealer in Amsterdam, and we've just started trialing an option to pay 40% upfront and split 60% of the balance over 12 months for purchases over 5K. This is hugely promising, as we've seen those original order values double. My team is small but effective, and for those interested in getting to know us, we look forward to meeting you when restrictions allow. Here, I just want to highlight the resiliency this business has shown, considering sales during 3 UK lockdowns went to almost zero. We have continued to grow. We have continued to grow with the numbers in the grey box, split by quarter, as you can see. Our gross margin is an average of 41% and operating margin 26%. Forecasts for the next 2 years exist and will be discussed with interested investors. So we are asking today for 275,000, offering a 20% discount on a convertible note, which will be transacted through Seed Legals. We are also submitting a second bid for up to 225,000 from Innovate UK to further develop software-defined radio. After all, I come from telecommunications, and software-defined networking revolutionized the industry. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikolai. So now I will open the floor for Q&A from the jury. So you can just unmute yourself and ask a question, or alternatively write a question in the questions tab on the platform, and I can either announce you or bring it forward. Is there anyone that wants to go first? Does not seem so. Well, then I will come up with a question for you. So do you also see a use, as you mentioned, the first case with where you helped also the hearing impaired people to basically use that in a, let's say, more health and patient related setting?
Oh, sorry, could you just repeat the first part of that question? I missed that.
Yeah, just a use case beyond sports, for example, how helping people that have hearing impairments. Okay,
so beyond sports, there's 2 key things that we're looking at. Yes, hearing impairments, and there is a very interesting application for our technology on large sites, so logistics, manufacturing, agriculture. But the other one is anybody who suffers from autism. What we've discovered is that the headset, when worn by someone with autism, are far more comfortable listening, hearing instructions, and being guided. So that's actually a research project that we are undertaking with Loughborough University later on this year, which is going to be hugely exciting. And hopefully that research will pave the way for a lot more participation and inclusiveness around sport and work for those with either hearing or learning challenges.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. We would have time for another question if someone wants to come up. Not seeing anything else you want to share?
No, look, thank you very much, and we'll get in contact through Giant Health. But thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the startups presenting to you this afternoon. Thank you from the UK.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Marcus.
You too.
Bye.
Yes, then we will move on straight to the next company, Bloom Health, which aims to accelerate digitalization and innovation in the healthcare system, something that is, of course, a very hot topic these days. And they want to help with their broad experience in idea stage building and executing to basically bring innovative projects forward. How they plan to do that exactly, we will now learn from the founder, Michael Watts.
Thank you, Marcus, and thanks for the introduction as well. I'm just going to share my screen with you now. Can you just confirm that you can see this okay?
No. Yeah, no. Yep.
You got it? Good. Brilliant. So yeah, thanks everyone for joining today. And I'll get cracking now. Cool. So amid the COVID-19 pandemic, there's never been a better time for clinical innovation, yet the barriers still remain. Grant funding is scarce and thus difficult to win. Technical co-founders are few and far between, and procurement sits at the summit of mountains. We are Bloom Health, and we are here to change that. I'm Dr. Mike Watts, a medical doctor turned clinical entrepreneur and innovator. And as a trio startup with my tech co-founders, feeling the idea to reality struggle, we turned our focus to supporting SMEs launching their products and large organizations transforming to their clicks and mortar businesses, finally filling the world with high quality, high impact software solutions. By turning our focus away from a single product that was very much a non-priority during COVID and meeting needs that healthcare organizations required to keep providing value to their patients, we were able to ideate, build and sell 2 COVID products within 6 months of inception, which got us thinking. If we nurture these collaborations and we're flexible to the needs of our collaborators, supporting them from idea to reality and enable their projects through all the barriers I've mentioned previously, then this is how we meet our desire to build health software that is 3 things: patient-centric, scalable, and impactful. Our business model is one of simplicity and flexibility, managing in each of our projects in isolation with dedicated teams, nursing the collaborations based on needs. We were only able to do this because of our team. We realized that by investing in our key asset, we could not only work on our own innovations, but provide close to home support to the organizations at the same time. We have access to a talent pool of developers with over 100 years of experience. And by keeping our UK-based workforce at over 50% software engineers, we aim to always stay ahead of the curve when considering resource. Tie that in with our experience at the core of our organization within the healthcare systems, and the value that you can truly build from such a team is astounding. Collaborators often come to us telling us what they and their users want. We then get our team of designers and innovators to deep dive into their idea to realize what they and their users need. By using research-driven decision-making and reusable design strategies, we can iterate with our collaborators to ensure that their build is the most efficient but most impactful solution possible. Finally, this is where the magic happens. Our secret source software architecture allows us to take a pyramid approach, giving collaborators a version of their software which is robust and secure, but in a timescale that is highly competitive. Then we provide a support system to scale the service based on the needs of each collaborator. So now you know what's important to us, let's focus on what's important to you, the patient. We couldn't do what we do without practicing what we preach. So in our Bloom Lab, you will see patient-centric, scalable, and impactful health software solutions. This project took a piece of research from the University of Liverpool, whereby corneal topography should no longer require a specialist and a £50,000 piece of kit. Yes, with our software and their smart device, anyone can now read the surface of the eye with a smartphone, allowing rural parts of India and Nepal to access the care they deserve. And this is currently in clinical trial phase. Where Bloom's values are missing, we fill them, whether it be a thought leader with a solution for an unmet need or a corporate organization requiring digital transformation, we mold to the needs of the collaborator. Here is our most recent collaboration with AgilePath, who, with our support, are going to revolutionize the way that pathology requests and tests are processed. It's patient-centric, scalable, and impactful. Finally, having felt the startup struggle ourselves, we could not ignore the need for truly pro bono support in medtech. We decided to set up the Bloom Propagator in March of this year, whereby 3 solo entrepreneurs joined us to go through the design phase of their solution, taking them to a point where they could better define the opportunity to funders or better define the benefits to patients through visual designs and prototyping. We hope to run this again in the coming months, and you can register your interest with us at any time. So Bloom is essentially the offspring of an innovation hub, a software development company, and a medtech accelerator. And as we continue to grow, we hope that we can support those around us to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would open the floor for questions. Or any incoming questions via the questions. Can you maybe explain a bit more on your business model and who is usually the customer coming to you?
Yeah, no problem, Marcus. So essentially, we are B2B. So we're supporting organizations that require not only software development, but specifically, health software, because our USP really is that we allow flexible collaboration. So, we consider the needs of the client and also the age and size of the business, which allows us to support startups through their earlier phases, getting their idea to a position where they can actually, raise further funds or prove the concept. But also we support large corporate organizations as well. So really our client is anyone and everyone that requires software, which is, more and more people at the moment. But as I mentioned, there's a lot of barriers in the way. So we're really here to break down those barriers because we've felt it, we've been there, we've done that. And so, yeah, our customer is everyone requiring health tech.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how is the business model? Like, is it just project-based payment or?
Yeah, so it's flexible. So yeah, it's flexible. We do enjoy longer-term collaborations. So we like to get stuck in from the start and progress long-term. So that could be project-based. It could be service-based. So we could be remunerated based on the use of the product as opposed to actually having large upfront fees. We can consider other forms of remuneration other than cash. So yeah, it's truly flexible. The main thing for us is, or for the client, is that we build things in isolated forms. So they have a dedicated team that supports them through that, but they also have access to our our health tech network, the NHS, well, the healthcare system that I'm involved in, and also some medical insight as well because of our clinician at the core structure that we have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how is then the long-term follow-up after you have basically concluded the project, because software usually needs, let's say, service and maintenance?
Yeah. So every project comes with a support contract. So there'll be ongoing support that we would provide throughout the lifetime of the project as well, based on the needs of the collaborator. If they want to progress on to further phases at a later point in time, of course, that's exciting for us. But if they just want to maintain the status quo and just ensure that their software is robust, secure, and all of these things, then of course the service and maintenance comes as standard with that as well. So that remains dedicated to the client.
Yeah, then I think that I have not seen any more questions incoming.
Perfect.
I will thank you for presenting, and we will then move on to the next company. And if you're more interested, you can reach out to Michael, of course.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yes, the next startup for this session is Life, and they want to help you to balance your physical, mental, and social health and improve your general well-being with, as they say, curated and personalized content. How this exactly works will be explained to you now by the founder, Edward Lynch, and I will pass the stage to you.
Thank you, Marcus. Let me just share my screen. You see this?
It's loading.
Can you see?
Yes. No, it's there. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ed. I'm one of the co-founders of Life. We're a team of doctors and health tech experts trying to change the way people approach their health fundamentally. And we're doing this by creating the very first online health and wellbeing social platform in the world. Let me first tell you a little bit about the problem. So in the UK and actually mostly across Europe, we focus on our health from a negative health standpoint. So what does this mean? Well, what we do typically is we wait for something to go wrong and then we try and fix it. This has got really poor outcomes for the individual. It's really expensive, and it's not a win-win for either party. And the future of health and the future of healthcare is that we actually approach our health from a positive health paradigm and make that shift from just not waiting for something to go wrong, but actually proactively looking after our health. So what current solutions are there? Well, the market is quite saturated with many online solutions to actually try and look after your health. At the bottom there, you've got MindBody if you want to book fitness classes. You've got Peloton there if you want to use at-home fitness products. Evergreen Health if you want to track well-being. MyFitnessPal for calories. Instagram for engaging with your local health community. GlowFox. There's Google Maps. You might want to search Google for health problems. You might download like the Headspace app or Calm. You might be scrolling through trying to find something to eat. Honestly, it's just so exhausting. Look how many apps you have to use to actually live a complete healthy lifestyle. It's at best, especially considering that the average user downloads 0 apps per month. It's just not a sustainable or feasible way of engaging with your healthy life. And that is why we created Life. So Life is the very first complete online social health tool that you can download. So what we do is we take your physical health high street, if you imagine everything possible that you can do around you, which is healthy. We then vet those things as doctors. We check that they are genuinely healthy, and then we put them into the digital realm of Life for you to engage with. So some of the features, if you have a look on the left there, you've got highly personalized content. So we've built in algorithms for you to engage with the things around you. And if we notice that you're doing too much fitness, say, we can push you into other healthy activities outside of that realm, which you wouldn't otherwise know without the app. It's highly geolocated. We're on to the second one there. You can see everything around you on a map. You can book classes, you can find products and services, you can leave reviews, you can get discounts. It's a whole ecosystem and social platform to engage with your healthy services and products around you. And this works because we've built on the 3 biggest trends of the last 100 years. The first one being convenience. We want things faster, we want things now. And because we've put everything into one space, we know our users love the convenience factor of the app. The personalized content is something else which people love. We've moved from a services industry into an experiences industry. People want experiences now rather than just services. And we do that through the algorithms that we've built into the platform. And finally, what is the one biggest thing that pulls you back to any app? It's the social aspect. Look at any of the biggest apps in the world. They all have social features. Think YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. These are the biggest apps in the world for a reason. And that is exactly what we've incorporated into Life. Okay, now I want you to put your corporate hats on. So this is one of our retailers who contributes to this health society. The company's called Yogacita, and it's run by a lady called Lucita. Now, she actually has similar issues to our end users, whereby she's having to use all of these different platforms to actually get her content out there, to put her classes out there, to engage with her target market. But it's very time consuming, and this is how much a month she spends on across these platforms. We solved all of these issues for Yogacita by giving her the one-stop shop to do all of the activities that she needs and actually push target audiences to her. She can get data downloads. She can see what people have engaged with a brand. We've provided all of the solutions that she requires in one space at a much cheaper price. She absolutely loves the platform, and that is why already we have 15,000 people ready waiting to use the app, but we're in testing phases now. Our scaling plan is city to city, and we get retailers within 8 of these areas. So you can see there's 8 categories there. Top right is fitness, top left is contributing to others in the blue. These are 8 medically proven areas which are, they're proven to improve your health, and there's a lot of research which has gone into this. And we acquire retailers in each of those 8 areas. The market is vast. The wellbeing market in England alone is worth 13 billion, raising at 19% per year. And our closest competitor is Glowfox. They actually own a 0.1% share of the market, and last year they turned over 18.4 million. Since their conception in 2014, they've raised nearly 33 million. So you can see already the sheer scope of the market, and we actually think their solution isn't very user-friendly. I urge you to download it and try it. I'm not sure you'll... Well, I'll leave you to decide, but just download it and try it. Our revenue streams, mainly subscription-based for the app. We're looking on the left-hand side, B2B and B2C subscriptions. It's a tiered package for them both. And then outside of the app space, we do corporate packages, wellbeing days, for schools, corporates. So we've had £100,000 grant. Thank you. We've had £100,000 grant from the Liverpool City Council, which has been great because we've retained all of our equity, and we've managed to deliver on everything that we've needed to on the roadmap that we applied for within that grant. We've been recognised recently as a tech climber within the north of England, which is fantastic. And this is the roadmap which I just mentioned. So everything that we put to it was the Future Innovation Fund, where we got the £100,000 grant. Up until the end of May, we've delivered on everything that we said we would. So, our team is highly effective. We can deliver on what we say. And that is due to, we've got doctors on board, and the CTO himself has worked for major global brands such as IBM, and our advisors are fantastic and advise on a UK and European level. So now we look for £150,000 of SEIS to get product market fit and scale. I'll leave you with this. What LinkedIn is to your profession, it's what life is to your health. Thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for the introduction, and while I wait for some questions to come in, just directly one question. If I start to use it, what does it cost me as a private person?
The user or the retailer? Sorry.
No, as a user. I download it
as an end user. So it's free. It's a freemium-based subscription model. So you can use limited access of the platform for free. If you want to have all of the features, it's £1 per month. So it's very cheap.
Okay. And then, so you most likely make most of your business from the B2B subscriptions. So you then, is it kind of also a revenue share basis, or is it a fixed fee, or how do you work with?
So depending on how many features the retailer wants as well, there's so many things that we can offer them. They get the retail space for free, so they would be listed on the platform for free. That allows, so we vet them, we onboard them, really creating that health ecosystem. But that allows us to get lots of retailers on board straight away, and then they realize the value in the platform. We then offer them a tiered package. So if they want products and services listings, that costs them a certain amount, and then if they want to upload content or to videos, then that's another amount, and then if they want to put discounts on top of that, there's lots of different things that we can offer them, including weekly, monthly reports, even advertising, and then making cash off the videos that they post as well. So there's many revenue streams within there already built.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, also in the interest of time, anything you would still like to bring out? Otherwise,
yeah, I mean, just building on that, on the end user perspective, we've been targeting corporates. There's a big push. I'm not sure across Europe, but in the UK, there's a legal obligation now for big corporates to spend 2% of their budgets on corporate social responsibility, or CSR for short. And a lot of that budget is being spent on well-being for their staff. It's really at the forefront of everybody's minds. So what we see actually in the UK is that large proportions of their CSR budgets go unspent, and 62% actually of that budget year on year doesn't get spent. I think it's rolled on to the next year. So, if it's a big corporate, say if they've got a CSR budget of £1 million, you can already see how much money is being rolled over year to year, and we're just tapping into those CSR budgets, and they pay for the end user subscription costs. So that's how we've managed to get 15,000 people on the platform already, and it's a massively scalable way of getting big users on board. You know, it's our target market. They're stressed out individuals who are hardworking and very health conscious. So it's been a win-win for us, that one.
Yeah. So thank you. And then any big corporate listening in here, I guess, should take contact with you if they want to do something good for their employees.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Yes, and then we move on to the last startup for the first round of the pitch session, which will be Drill Surgeries. And I have to say, I got like short pitches and intro text on the startups, and it said Drill Surgeries is a vibrant startup, which I think is a very interesting and funny description. And what makes them so vibrant, and also what, for example, is intramedullary nailing surgeries, I guess we will now learn from the founder, Moises Barbera Ramos.
Thanks a lot for the introduction, Marcus. And so, well, to start the presentation, let me see if we can share the screen. Are we sharing the screen now? Can you see the screen? Yeah?
Yes. Now we see the PowerPoint.
Lovely. Well, let's see if we can start.
Yes.
Hello and welcome to Drill Surgeries, a startup working to improve healthcare through technology. And to do so, we move one step at a time. First, focusing on a common type of surgery, intramedullary nailing surgeries, aimed at assisting the welding of broken bones in femur, tibia, or humerus. This surgery is performed over 200 times a year per hospital in the UK, and of course, so around the world. In this surgery, what is known as an intramedullary nail or rod is inserted inside the patient's bone to assist on the welding. Well, the issue is that the current method relies heavily on X-rays, and there is an excess of radiation shot at patients and surgeons. Now, the technique used is a trial and error method, which proves to be inaccurate and time-consuming, meaning there are risks derived from blood loss and long-acting anesthetics. All of this is happening right now in a country spending close to £50 million a year in these surgeries alone, around £6,000 per patient, where most of the amount comes from room charges, since patients need to spend around 10 to 15 days at hospitals post-operation. Our solution, though, already shows potential to reduce hospital admissions as it ensures fewer risks during the operation. And if this is true for the UK, and our research goes further than just this country, it is also true for our target market, every hospital in the world, because we all know someone, somewhere, who broke their leg or arm at some point of their lives. In over 2 years of research and development, we have seen and spoken with dozens of doctors from Spain, the UK, Switzerland, Australia, etc., that keep preferring the freehand or trial and error techniques on these surgeries rather than relying on mechanical or electromagnetic guiding systems offered by competitors, which are coined as inaccurate. All of them, though, showed an inclination to welcome a new medical device for this surgery. And that is what Drill Surgeries provides, a solution built with the constant input from surgeons and for surgeons. Making use of the latest technologies, our prototype implements augmented reality and tracking algorithms, offering real-time and 360 degrees guidance without the need of radiation, reducing then operating time and risks caused by the more traditional approach. And we are not only offering safer and faster surgeries, but also with fewer risks, patients stay less time in hospitals, and hence we can also reduce cost per patient, which at 200 surgeries per hospital per year amounts to a substantial cost. The team making this happen today includes myself, starting the project when I was heavily involved on world-class physics research in Switzerland, a chief medical officer that has performed this surgery for over 10 years, and Henry, an aerospace engineer that led the development of the fully working prototype that is already showcasing promising results. In the past 2 years, we have received support for the value of over £30,000 from several organizations and institutions. We have participated in startup incubators and startup competitions, from which we include Santander X for the Entrepreneur of the Year awards, where I will personally be pitching at the quarterfinals in Wembley Stadium this October. And we are now looking to raise our first formal round of investment for £150,000 to grow our team, improve the software side of the prototype to satisfy the levels of accuracy we strive for, and start testing the device by Q4 2021 or Q1 2022 on bodies at hospitals we are already in conversations with. Thanks a lot for your time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you to you two for the presentation. And again, while I wait for the incoming questions here next to me, where else would you, or well, let's start first from what is actually the implementation cost for hospitals, and what do they need to get, and basically also what's the routines they need to change?
Well, that's a really good question. Thank you. And that's something we have been working on at the core of our hearts since we started 2.5 years ago. Most of the new medical devices that implement the latest technologies, such augmented reality, are game changers, of course, but they are also so far away from the techniques and methods the current surgeons already know that they require a long learning curve, which make them not so appealing for the end user, the doctor. That's why we work with advisors and surgeons and nurses so that our device from day one has been tailored to what the surgeon will use in the end, meaning that at the moment they use either a marker or a surgical knife to perform the trial and error method, which takes a long amount of radiation and takes many trials, minutes, and even hours. Well, the beauty of our device is that now they can use a device similar to the marker they're already used to using, but instead of looking for the right spot through radiation, they can simply hold it, and a nice camera and a series of sensors will guide the surgeon to the right spot in mere minutes. Using a device that's tailored to something that surgeons are already comfortable with, we can reduce the learning curve and make this more appealing for them. And when it comes for the adoption at hospitals, since we work with surgeons to develop this device, following the requisites and what they actually need, they will be the ones testing the products firsthand as we have them ready, because they've been working on this with us for years, making our case to then introduce this into hospitals more appealing as we go through the commissioning steps. The device can be sold to the hospital in a one-time payment for the physical device they can then reutilize, plus a cost for the software side, which comes in monthly subscription payments so that we can provide the best support possible. Technology is something that changes day by day, and we want to provide the most accurate and most up-to-date software possible month by month.
Okay, thanks for the answer. And one more question: where do you move from here then? Once you have achieved those type of surgeries, what else do you envision used for, or you would like to develop?
Definitely. Well, augmented reality is a growing industry, especially in the healthcare sector. In the healthcare sector, as it is expected to reach a 28% CAGR rating by 2025, and it's already valued at $4.2 billion in the US by 2022. The beauty of this is that the players in augmented reality applied to orthopedic or trauma surgeries are big multinational companies like Microsoft that have their consumer-oriented products like the HoloLens, and then they implement new activities, new applications that can serve the normal consumer as well as the healthcare expert. Those type of devices are not tailored for what the surgeon actually needs, which is a personalized device to cover their needs. What we want to be is to, as I said at the beginning, move one step at a time and go from reducing radiation at hospitals through intramedullary nailing surgeries to then be able to use this surgery to reduce radiation in many other surgeries. This way, we not only make them safer for patients and surgeons, we make this faster. We provide more information to the surgeon, we guide them, and we can reduce cost. At the moment, in intramedullary nailing surgeries, in years to come, in hip, back surgeries, knee surgeries, as we have already started exploring, and wherever the right takes us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then also good luck with the ride onwards. And yeah.
Thanks a lot, Marcus.
If people want to learn more about your company, they can, of course, reach out to you.
Please do. Thank you.
Thanks. And with this, we finished the first batch of startups. We are going to have a second batch of another 4 very promising companies. But in between now, of course, also a thank you to all the startups that we're presenting here. We will now have 2, you could say, motivational or also educational speeches, especially targeting towards startups. The first one will be from Alexander Meynichuk from Honeycomb Software, who will tell us about how to fuck up your startup from A to Z in a step-by-step guide. And then he will be also followed by a colleague of mine, Anessa Mulevicerovic from Hadian Ventures, and she will educate you on what are the main must-haves VCs are currently looking for in the startup ecosystem. But with that, I will hand the stage to Alexander to explain a step-by-step guide to us.
Okay, guys, thank you all. It was interesting speeches. Let me share my screen quickly because usually this presentation takes an hour and so, but we are limited in time, so let's be quick and be organized. So first of all, just 1 second. First of all, let's talk about me a bit. So I'm Alex, I'm CEO at Honeycomb Software for last 6 years probably or so, and I participated in a lot of startups. And so for different cases, how pretty much successful startup could mess up all the stuff. So let's try at least to concentrate from the vendor's point of view, because sooner or later, your startup needs some software and you need programmers, you need to develop it properly, and etc., etc. And of course, let's talk a bit about management. So first of all, let's see why we are here, essentially. Essentially, it's because of this bad and not exciting statistic. 90% of all startups, they fail, and it's not very good, and we have only 10% that should gain success, but if you look closer, you will see that 20 of those will die in the first year, 34 in next 2 years, and even more. So why does this happen? Essentially because all this business stuff is complex, right? But if you multiply it on stuff that called IT and programming, it's also even more complex. So that's the point of it. Let's proceed then. And first of all, we want to talk about things from business point of view, because let's say that you have your business idea and you have something and you need to write software. So let's talk about how to choose a good vendor. This is applicable when you actually working in-house or want to outsource out stuff, and it doesn't matter. So first of all, when you are going to buy some expensive thing, what are you going to do? You should Google it, right? You get feedbacks from your friends, maybe from other people that you know that they're using this stuff. Pretty the same is for development companies, development vendors, etc. Developers. You gotta know feedbacks about those companies. You need to understand whether some former client worked with her properly and whether you could utilize those services good. For this, my recommendation, not be lazy, just ask 3 former clients about it. If you're not familiar with that company, want to understand what's going on there, just go to clutch.co and read feedback. So this is a classic feedback you could see there. You could see domain for your particular sphere, if it's health and safety, etc., etc. You could find everything there and at least have understanding what's going on behind the hood. Another thing that many vendors and companies, startups, are trying to choose technology stack. And sometimes if you have somebody inside of a company who is married with particular technology, let's say that we and Marcus started some startup and I'm only focused in Python or C# or whatever, and I'm that centric guy that I'm trying to solve all the issues with all the problems, all software with that particular technology. Don't be like that. So the main goal of our programming is to solve complex solution, solve that velocity that that should help our business for growing. And the technology stack itself, it should help you to solve problems, not to create it. So for this, it's very easy to understand whether a vendor proposes a good technology stack or you are good in the technology stack, whether it's good for your business. You could, first of all, investigate mentions on different things like Stack Overflow, understand whether it's alpha, beta version of that technology. You need to understand whether the community good enough for you just to not stuck if that technology has a small community, and then you need to find another developer to scale if you're successful, and you just cannot because you are married with that tech stack and it has no community. And again, maturity, it should be mature enough. And choose about solving problems, not technology stack. If you are good in something for the back end, don't try to solve front end with the technology. Solve it with proper technology stack. Okay, another one that we often could see since with sweet tacos. Actually, this is agencies or vendors, etc., who could literally promise you everything, and they could do mobile development, backend, front end, machine learning. Actually, just put there whatever word popular blockchain, whatever. They do everything. In fact, more or less mature agency should be concentrated on particular technical stack or couple of technical stacks for the backend, for the front end. Some of those doesn't do mobile development or vice versa. Try to do like that. I'd prefer not to believe the sweet talkers. Of course, if it's not some big outsourcers that has maybe 10,000 of people on board, but I believe that's not the case for your startups just started. And let's proceed with poor management style. So this is another thing, and mostly it's for you as product owner. So first of all, sometimes you underestimate that velocity and underestimate what software is, and It's complex, yes, but management also complex, and all the idea of this management, it should solve you and solve that problem with programming. How? First of all, don't be unresponsive. I had a lot of cases when one of our customer went for vacation for 2 weeks, and we couldn't access some logs for payment system site. It didn't work, and etc. How could we probably fix it? Very easy. Just set up urgent channel. You still start up. You should go fast, break things. So set up urgent channel. Doesn't matter whether it's some chat or email with particular subject. Just think about it and try to avoid such stupid mistakes that could kill all your users from your platform. Another one, let's say that you have 2 people on board, you're working, you're small enough, but it's going good, and you're actually trying to solve or approve all the things on your own. But this is a golden cage. Once you want to have a couple more persons on board and want to scale your business, your software, you are not able because you will be bottleneck. We had one customer from health and safety who literally approved everything, and for 1-2 persons it was enough. For 10, for 5 it didn't work at all, and it was painful because we had to explain that you should delegate. Instead, train your staff. Don't be afraid to put some responsibilities on those people. They could do that work properly. Also, it's not only you who could do the thing good. Think about it and train people. Another one, don't ignore problems. A lot of developers, a lot of vendors, they trying to express problems that might occur in later stages, and at least try to mention those issues possible. Try to gather those feedbacks from developer, just create technical depths, etc., but not ignore problems. It shouldn't be like that, because programming should solve issues, not ignore it. And use product owner should be smart enough just to listen to developers and don't have those issues on later stages. And of course, be organized. It could be obvious, and you might think that it's very kiddie, but instead define communication channel. If you have sync whether somebody approach you in your company and ask you something twice, or maybe those 2 persons that ask about one thing. If yes, then you're probably in trouble, because you don't have any wikis, you don't have channels where you could find all information, and maybe you don't have something else. So again, don't be unresponsive. It's essential. Then you're not one who could do a good job. Just train your persons and give them responsibilities they could accept. And organize. Organization is a natural state of any business. If you're not organized, you're not successful anymore in this post-COVID world. It actually didn't work before, but now it's even more important. And probably this is example of a small team chat. You're small enough and you want to be organized. Just put everything in team chat or Slack chat or any else messenger use. It will be more than enough for somebody else who join your project, who could find everything, and he won't interact you, probably, at least for such stupid things. Where should I find that one, or how our system works? So it's just small example. It could be obvious, but it should help you. And we have probably some more time that we could talk about. And I'd like to dedicate the time for the UX and UI. This is probably one thing that your end customer see from user point of view and client's point of view. So what should you do? You should not ignore good UI. If you start some startup and you're ready to develop it, just spend some time or your resources for wireframes and sketches, because it's not very good to, let's imagine that you did some software and it's running, it's in MVP, or you already have customers and you need to rewrite the UI, you need to write business logic, etc. It's expensive and it will be much expensive. If you don't know how your process should look like. I mean, from business rules, etc. Wireframes will also help you because you as product owner would know how it should look like and etc. One more thing, don't let your developers write your UI. Actually, it's a redundant way and you don't need to have it. It's better to work with some UX UI expert who will provide the result that is fits for your business, good for users, and of course fits the business processes that you have. Because it's cheaper to have some wireframe rather than just rebuild functionality because it was done by developer. It's just my recommendation. And again, utilize resources like Figma or other where you could literally show it for your potential investor, how your application would look like, see all user journeys, and it will help for any vendor to estimate development budget properly. And one more tiny thing, that try not to create new experience where it is not needed. This is example, volume control. I believe you want to have it in your projects. If yes, then you're in trouble because it's not killer feature. It's actually just a piece of software that kills your feature, sorry, kills your users. So of course, the simpler the better, but try to be realistic and try to use common sense when you build something. If you're not able to do that, just absorb some templates that are popular now, and it would cost you more, cost you less, and of course it will help you not to have such stupid things like that. Yeah, so I believe from my side it's all. Maybe you guys have any questions. We have a couple of minutes, right? So I could answer those.
Yes, thank you. We would have some minutes, so if someone wants to write any questions in the future, I definitely know now what not to do when I develop my first app, but unfortunately I think I don't have the competence for that. But thank you for the good insights, especially targeting the digital health audience here. And as we saw before, there are companies that also will help you in your development projects to make them hopefully successful and succeed instead of fail because of the reasons you just described to us.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. I think then, although we are 2 minutes ahead of schedule, we can, I guess, move on to our second inspirational speaker, which is my colleague Anessa, and she will now tell us more about what do these scary big venture capital investors actually look for in startups, and how can you make a good first and maybe also second impression. And you.
Thank you, Marcus, for a great introduction. I have talked to Giacomo, and he was to share the deck. There it is. So due to the time, the presentation has been a bit shortened. So we will talk just, if we go to the next slide, a bit about Hadean, venture capital in general, and then how to present an investment case. And then I will give some tips on an exercise that one can do prior to presenting investment cases to potential investors. But first, let's kick off and talk a bit about Hadean Ventures and VC in general on the next slide. So Hadean Ventures is probably, as Marcus has mentioned, it's a life science venture capital firm with a particular focus on the Nordic region. My name is Anessa. I'm together with my colleague Marcus. We're investment analysts at Hadean. Hadean has main offices in Oslo in Norway and a second office in Stockholm, Sweden. It was founded in 2017 and has currently 85 million euros in asset under management. Our investment team consists of PhDs, MBAs, and MDs, and we invest in pharmaceuticals, medical technology, diagnostics, digital health, and e-health. So far, we have invested in 12 companies, and we've had one exit. Many of the companies that we have invested in, ideas came out of universities. So I believe some of you that are present at the conference here also have ideas that maybe have sprung out from the universities. If we go to the next slide, we can see when we're talking about venture capital, we're talking about a type of financing that can fund startups and early stage companies. So it's one of the building blocks to help finance your company. It depends, of course, on the stage of your company, amount of money that you're seeking, and the risks that are currently facing your company. But in practicality, VC firms gives you money in return for equity, which is a percentage ownership of your company. And there are different kind of funding strategies. You have the earlier stage your company is, the higher the risk is. And you see that grants and angel investors are perhaps more relevant. And then when you move towards the right of the scale here, you come into the venture capital sweet spot. And the further right you go into the private equity, bank loans, and the stock exchange, where you have a lot later stage of the companies with a reduced risk. So venture capital can be is kind of like in the middle, but depending on the firm and the mandates, they can move from early to late stage, depending really on their mandates. So if we go to the next slide, it's important when you reach out to VC companies to find out what their core focus is. So you need to know what stage your company is at, how much money are you looking to finance, are you looking to get? Is it 1 million euros or 20 million euros? Are you on the market? Do you have sales? If you have sales, are they reoccurring? What kind of company are you? Are you a digital health company, an e-health company? Are you making an app? Are you making a drug? And you need to find a VC that fits your stage and type of company. So Hadian, for example, we are an early preclinical stage companies in life sciences. Our focus is mainly European companies. So, and we have quite a broad focus. For example, we'll look at e-health and diagnostics and also medical technologies, medtech. A lot of VC firms have even a more specific focus. So make sure to look into that and learn a bit more about who you're approaching before reaching out. And if we go to the next slide, it's also worth noting that you should know your funding round. So is it a seed financing? Is it a Series A, B, or C? And the indication of the size of the round and the money needed. So because funding rounds don't always fit into the stage of the company. Today you can see that somebody's having a Series C, but the Series C doesn't fit with the stage of the company that maybe still might be preclinical. So typically when VCs talk about seed, it could be proof of concept, early prototype development, and the funding need is in the thousands to low millions. Whereas a Series A could be a preclinical stage or something entering the first clinical trial, and the funding need is from depending on the needs, of course, but it can be in the range from 5 to 20 million euros. So that is a bit in general about venture capital and funding. Now I'm going to talk a bit about what you should think of when presenting an investment case and the typical process of VC interactions, what you need to present, and what kind of format it should be. And it's perhaps suitable as the pitch session is on now, and I've heard a couple of you present. So taking this to the next step might give you some notes that you might find interesting. So from the first contact to the investment can take many months, and I'm saying many months. So the first contact will be, for example, here at this conference. It can also be via a referral, or you reach out to the investor via an email. And just as this one, there are many conferences that you have one-on-one meetings available. Use them, invite investors, set up meetings, schedule, share your idea. Make sure when you do that you have a non-confidential pitch deck ready on this initial pitch meeting, and then that you have a confidential slide deck that you can provide after you have signed an NDA with the investment company that you are speaking with. And be prepared that there will be Q&As. The investors will ask for your data room. They will go into further due diligence and look at legal aspects. There are many details and many detailed questions that will be addressed, and make sure that you are prepared to answer these. So just keep in mind that the process is long, and start early. If you know that you need money, that you have a runaway in 6 months, for 6 months runaway, it's not enough to start 6 months before you run out of money. You should start a lot earlier, at least a year, as the procedure can take quite some time. And yeah, as I mentioned previously, it's really important to remember who you reach out to and what focus they have. Look into the website and see who you're going to talk to and follow up, as they can be very busy. So if we go to the next slide. When you present a pitch deck, you should cover the key aspects that we as investors need to evaluate. So the market, the technology, the preclinical and clinical data, these are for health science companies, the business model, the development timeline, how are you going to use your money, and the team should be included. This is an absolute minimum that should be included. The slides that you present should be informative, and one should be able to understand it without an explanation. But at the same time, it shouldn't be a textbook. So you need to kind of like find the balance between that. Answer the questions and provide the information. So balance the information, but keep it precise. You know that at a later stage, after our first introduction meeting with the company, and after you've signed an NDA, you can provide more information. But you need to have enough information to awake the curiosity of the investors and provide answers that are the minimum that we wish to know. Otherwise, the quality of the pitch deck will be seen as immature. But always remember that the first pitch deck that you share and present should be a non-confidential one, and it's the one that you share before you sign an NDA. And remember to sign NDAs before sharing any confidential information with the investors. Have a pitch deck that is, you probably all know it, but I'm just going to mention it anyways. Have it in PowerPoint and PDF. Make it easy to attach and share posts during and after conferences or intro meetings. And when you have a first meeting with a company, with an investment company, for example, expect, depending on if it's a conference or it's a scheduled meeting that via direct outreach, it can last from 30 minutes to 45 or an hour. And you will probably meet an analyst and possibly a partner. It really depends on, because probably you have shared your non-confidential slide deck with us. We have had a look. We have looked into the area and looked into what's going on. So maybe we've talked to a colleague, and the colleague will join us in the call. It can be a partner or another investment analyst. So during our meeting, we are prepared, and we also expect you to be prepared. So we will have questions on the technology. So we can ask very specific questions. For example, if it's a drug, have you tested this drug in a mouse model? Which mouse model did you use? Why didn't you use another mouse model? We know that there have been studies using a similar kind of drug that have used these mouse models. Why did you choose to do that? You need to be prepared to answer these kind of questions. We will also have questions on your business model. For example, on the regulatory pathway for the US, or on if you have a freedom to operate with your IP. These are also questions that we are interested in getting answered. And remember, when we ask questions, be open to them, because you can learn a lot, although it's not, it doesn't end up being a successful investment with that investor that you talk to. You can still learn from an investor perspective what information we are seeking, so that next time you talk to an investor, you are prepared and you know what you need. And this is just how I like to read pitch deck. So it's an exercise for you guys. So I would recommend you to provide precise answers towards an executive summary. And this executive summary you can have on a one-pager or integrate it into your pitch deck. And that is the first point of that is, what is your idea? And why does your idea have potential to become a large business? What unmet needs are addressed by your business idea? And has this been recognized by the industry? Do they know that there is an unmet need here? Do you have some numbers on it? Why should customers buy or in-license your product or technology? What are the key points of your plan to achieve your strategy? So how do your milestones look like, and what will be achieved and must be achieved in the next 24 months? Do you know your IP position, and how strong is your IP position? Do you have an overview over the market and the competition? If not, you should. It's very important, because we look into these things and we look into companies that are doing the same thing as you are and try to see how you differentiate. So you should do the same. You should be aware of who your competitors are and what your USP is. And you should have, when looking at the management, do you have defined positions and areas of responsibility? How does your future financing strategy look like? Do you have the current investors that you have? Are there professional VC firms? Yes, no. How does the syndication of potential investors look like? This is information that is very good to share with potential investors. And also think about how the likely exit scenarios look like for investors, and look at comparables. Look at companies that have done similar thing, not identical, but similar thing, how they have been, what the prices they have been acquired at, or if they have IPO'd, what the market capital MCAP of the companies are. So that is a pretty short, but within the time range, presentation from me. And I was thinking that this would be an interactive presentation, and I would love for you, if you have any questions, to answer these. So go ahead. I don't know if there are any questions. Perhaps Marcus can ask me a question, or Giacomo, or anyone, if you have any. If not, please feel free to reach out. You can find my profile and my email address on the Giant platform. And I look forward meeting you and listening to the pitches that will be presented in the next session.
Yes, thank you, Nessa. We have like 5 more minutes, so I give you the chance to also maybe share one although most of that was already a bit your opinion, maybe also a comment on what you do when an investor says no.
What you do when an investor says no?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to try, like, I would try to understand why did the investor say no? Because ask for a reason, and often you will get a reason. You will, and this answer will provide you a potential weakness that your company might face. If it's within the scope of the company, if the stage, if everything fits with the investor that you are looking to get the grants from, and if the investor has money, an active fund, remember the fund needs to be active. So if they are closing the fund, they don't have room for more investments. So it might be sometimes bad timing that you get a rejection. But if that's not the case, ask for a reason. Try to understand why it is a no, and see how you can eliminate that no with your company, and or adjust it, and see if you can represent it to the company, or when reaching out to a second investor, how you can eliminate the potential weakness that has been shared by the investor. But I believe, Marcus, you know, we look at a lot of companies, and we get back to companies, and often I very often share the reasoning for why we do not invest, but it's not that often that the companies ask for why, which I think is a legit question. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I in general agree, and I mean also I think that also goes for us and most investors. I mean, a no now does not mean a no a year from now.
Exactly.
It
can be a stage, you know, that you're too early stage and you need some more data. So once you have that data, reach out again, follow up. Once you have more information on your investment opportunity, follow up with potential investors.
Yeah. Exactly. Be proactive. Don't expect the investor to come back, because we usually have too many companies to handle to keep that overview ourselves.
Yes, and a lot of, you know, and if we don't reply to an email, send it again, because sometimes it might occur that you end up that we just don't read it, or we haven't seen it. So don't be shy about following up with emails. It's a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, I think with that we have also filled the time very well. Thank you very much for the insights.
My pleasure.
Of course, agree with all of them.
I'm happy to hear.
Then we can move on to the second part of the pitch session. We have 4 more very interesting startups to go. And same rules as before, the startups will have 5 minutes to pitch. We have 5 minutes for there, I think we are live again. Welcome back to the second part of the pitch session. Same rules as before. 5 minutes for the companies to pitch, 5 minutes for Q&A, which I will read out when they come in. And yeah, so we can directly progress to the first company, which is NeedleSmart. I have worked as a paramedic myself, and I think one of the little known risks in general in the healthcare is actually the risk of getting infectious diseases from patients because of needle injuries. So you give the patient an injection, and then you, by some way or the other, manage to get hurt by the needle. A company that wants to help to prevent that is NeedleSmart, and John Bryan, the director of NeedleSmart, will now show us how he wants to do that with a novel solution.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's John. Thank you very much for listening to me, guys. It's Spear my chief exec, Cliff Kirby, but he can't make it. So without reading the words on the slide, on the screen, you can see a scanner, a computer, and our NeedleSmart machine. And pre-pandemic, we developed the NeedleSmart machine. And then during the pandemic, we've added software. So if we were in a vaccination process, we would scan the vaccine, the patient record would come up on the screen of the computer, and we would then burn the needle, and at that point create a compliance, which would be the serial number of our machine, the location, the batch number of the vaccine, the patient record, and everything, and that could be uploaded to a digital passport. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read the words, but these are all the things that can be collected. So we're more of a software company than a medical device company. We just are very unique that we've got a medical device, which I'll talk about in a minute, that actually sits right next to the vaccine program. This will be great for data. If you can imagine a country or a hospital group needing the data of which vaccine every person's had, and if there was a problem or the second dose required, we can provide clean, virgin data. Next slide, please. This slide is talking about the environmental impact. Our machine actually burns the needle within a few seconds when you put it in the top. So you can just see the little top of our machine in the bottom of this slide. You put it in, it's in for about 10 seconds, it comes out, and that sharp is now a piece of molten metal that's cool, no longer a sharp, and could go into a sharp spin. But what we're hoping is at some point in the future, it actually goes into a clinical waste box. This is good for the environment. To burn a clinical waste box does not need a lot of temperature. To burn a sharp spin needs over 1,000 degrees. Sharp spins are also made of virgin plastic. There's a worldwide shortage at the moment of virgin plastic, which goes into needles and sharp spins. So we definitely help with the sustainability aspect. The machine can also count how many needles have been used. This could do a stock ordering system. I know here in the UK, there's actually no stock ordering system for the National Health Service. There's no stock control. There could be as much as 200,000 to 500,000 pounds worth of extra needles lying around the system that actually they don't even know exists. The last slide, please. That's the machine. It shows the needles, the inventory, the workflow. And if you can go to the next slide, please. What we need the money for. Well, we are a debt-free company, and we've spent £4 million on developing the machine and patents. So we've spent about £500,000 on patents. We've got a product ready to go. We've got some products out in test with no sales to talk about, so we're pre-income. We've just signed a manufacturing deal with a FDA-regulated company in America. We have FDA regulations. We're speaking to people in America, and that's only came across, the FDA regulation only came through about 6 weeks ago. So the money would be used for manufacture, create a sales team. We're also in negotiations with the UAE, the Middle East. We're finding it slightly difficult in the UK with the NHS. There's too many buying points. But we are trying to set up a clinical trial with 11 trusts that hopefully will start at the end of June. And that really is what we're after. The biggest benefits of needle stick injuries, the recycling system, and collecting the data of the vaccination. On the screen, you can see the HHD, that's the handheld device. We want to develop that. That's a working prototype. That is for the home market, for the diabetes market. And then the third, the PH stands for phlebotomy. One stat is there's 30 billion vacuum containers sold in the world every year. So 30 billion blood tests taken. And that third machine would separate the plastic and the metal and put them into 2 different waste streams and also record all of those things. And that's my pitch. Thank you very much for listening to me. Have you any questions?
Yes, thank you very much. With that, I can relate to the risk of needle stick injuries, and also, of course, very smart to kind of use the point of return, in a way, of waste return here to also monitor the inventory. Where would you see the placement? Is it really more a hospital thing, or do you also think that just a general practitioner, for example, could benefit from it?
The first device, the NS Pro, is hospital-based, whether it be in the National Health Service or in private hospitals. Going forward, though, it could work into Botox clinics, tattoo parlors. We've not developed anything. It could go veterinary and dentistry as well. The second product is mainly home-based for the diabetes market, which is growing. And the third base is the phlebotomy, and that is the same system everywhere in the world, how the phlebotomist works.
Yeah, and then from a business model perspective, so of course you have the device sales, and then you will also monetize the data or the software platform, recurring revenues. How is that working?
Yeah, the data capture is really where the money comes in. And selling a device, yes, we'll have a profit margin on that. The real profit comes in when we get involved in vaccination markets. So we know that we can save a member of staff. So we plan to charge, and if you just use a euro, if we charge €1 for every time we capture the data of the patient record, if you start thinking of the number of population of each country, that soon becomes a few million euros in income per country for each vaccine. And it's not just COVID, it's whatever else is around the corner, flu vaccines, things like that. I think the digital passport, health passport is definitely going to grow, and they are going to need systems to upload that data and actually save the cost of a human being typing it in, which can be a mistake. I mean, someone's typed my name in on this and my name misspelled because it hasn't been uploaded correctly. So, you know, you can easily get your records wrong, and that could stop people flying or getting through a passport control, something like that.
Yeah. Okay, then thank you very much for the intro. If people want to get in touch with you, they know now where to find you and what you're doing. Okay. And with that, I thank you again for the presentation, and we move on to the next company.
Thank you very much for your time. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So the next startup is called Human People, and they want to change the way that you can get real benefits from using supplements. We know there are many supplements out there, and a lot of people also use them, but most of them might not be efficiently used for the right person. So Human People hopes to make people happier and healthier by providing them their optimized daily supplements, and as they said, that for the price of a cappuccino. So I'm looking forward to learn more about that from the CEO, Geoffrey Moll. Yes, we can't hear you yet.
Have you got me now?
Yes, now it works. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hi, I'm Jeff Mullen, CEO and founder of People, and we're really all about digital health screening and preventative medicine. And the way talk a little bit about how we approach that. Say, in most healthcare systems at the moment, we're there to treat disease, but it's that kind of pre-disease state that a lot of people turn to supplements for. Those soft symptoms, the aching hands, the sore muscles that we know kind of precede any illness, or brain fog and struggling with sleep. When you really go into that in detail, someone's history, you know that what's going on. So in a way, using an AI questionnaire, you can start to find these subclinical symptoms of illness. And actually, if there are issues, you can also then really help improve these through a number of things, lifestyle, diet, and nutrition, etc. But one of the easy things to do is, to take high dose quality supplements. But at the moment, it's a bit of a guessing game, and it's a little bit like, I've got low energy. I go to my doctor. He goes, you know what? I know. Why don't you take thyroxine? We wouldn't dream of doing that, but yet that's what the supplement market does. They just go, okay, this is your problem. Take X. And so when you actually come to measuring their levels, 4% of them actually have optimal levels. So, we also run anti-aging functional medicine clinics. So, we've seen how this happens. We see how the benefits work. But for the majority of people, they don't have the time, they don't have the money to do that in clinic. And so this is really offering an easy solution. Firstly, do you need to take anything? Do you have an easy test that you can do at home to do that? And then if you do a test, what do I need to take? And then finally, where do I source that from? So by tying all of those things up, you can really scale that up and build. The way we do it is the AI questionnaire. We partner up with Atlas Biomed for DNA and gut tests, but we integrate that genomic risk scoring data ourselves, along with blood testing. And it's the algorithm that integrates all of this together onto a dashboard that is then reviewed. But it's that calculation that's done by a computer ultimately that allows you to go, this is the ranked supplements this person should have. They can then kind of take control, look at it on their own dashboard, etc. And one of the big things we've done is taking a blood device, which it's not exclusive to us, from the US. So we're the first people in the UK, as far as I know, and we just validated that with Eurofins to use. And it's this little device you put on your arm, you press that blue button. It collects a capillary sample, which is then sent off to a laboratory for analysis. All the supplements are 100% personalized. So we have our own packaging robot in-house. So once that set of supplements is then built up, it goes off to machine to package them. But as I say, this is all about ultimately preventative health. What are the easy things to do? We all know we should eat better, but yet we struggle to do it. Can we give a solution where it's helping people at least get to some of those supplements into the body? And you tend to find that when they do start forming good habits, other bad habits drop out, and diet, etc., changes as well. So as I say, we're a CQC regulated diagnostic and screening business, as well as the supplements. And we're also looking to take this platform of clinical data plus that data set and how we ingest it to give out a diagnosis and ultimately a treatment plan. The people who are kind of look at these, the main psychographics of the market we've been looking at. We're aiming to, although D2C is obviously important, it's through other clinics, it's through corporate strategic partnerships, and that's referral systems through gyms, corporate wellness programs, clinics, etc. Got a pretty good team in there as well. Co-founder Henry's next being management consultant. Christine's one of the leading nutritionists in the UK. Karen Kidd's head of brand at Caffeinera, was previously in the health market as well, and a very experienced full stack engineer. So our trajectory, as we see it on the subscription rate, is hitting that 1 million ARR, actually around 900 subscribers. So yes, it's a premium product, but we also don't need enormous figures to start getting some serious traction. And we've already raised just over a quarter of the money already, and we're looking to close out the round of 800,000, and that allows us to build out that tech platform a little bit further, really build out those customer touch points, and that will help us reach that 1 million ARR in a potential Series A raise. Interestingly, we're really concentrating on the physical when we first start doing this, but actually what's been really interesting is how that has made an enormous difference to people's mental health. And that should be a surprise once you start dialing down inflammation, and that's really one of our key targets, is measuring those inflammatory markers, those inflammatory genes that people have been messaging, kind of saying anxiety has disappeared, what pill's doing that? And you're kind of, well, there's nothing, it's that general well-being. So we're just about to do a full commercial launch. We've got a small revenue from our pilot with a very high retention rate. Home testing is definitely an inflection point. And we're all talking about personalized healthcare, and now we're trying to work out how to actually do it. So if this fits with what you're interested in, please do contact me. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, so how do you see your customer base in the future? I mean, right now you're basically going on people that, let's say, are interested in the health status and so on. You aim to maybe reach out to get agreements with insurances or corporate agreements and those type of things?
Yeah, look, we're working with a couple of corporates to do exactly that. So kind of a wellness pack that is rather than a monthly subscription, but it's kind of almost a yearly check. So it allows them to do the initial DNA test, 2 blood screens during the year. A range of supplements. Some people like to take a couple, they just want to top up. Others are really into it. So it's obviously having that flexibility, and it's finding that right corporate partner to build it out. There's a couple of corporate wellness platforms that we're also speaking to as well, who are really interested in it, because ultimately we're trying to do it properly. We like to think we're the supplement company that should exist but doesn't exist yet. It's very difficult to do this yourself, and we put a lot of R&D into everything we do, from our tests to our supplements, and I think we're certainly starting to see some traction and people who understand that.
Mm-hmm. And how do you source the supplements that you then, or are you only recommending and the customer gets to know themselves?
So we do a range of things. So there's a range of very good supplement companies out there that quite a few of them tend to be doctor only. Some very good brand names like Pure Encapsulations, Metagenics, etc. For some of the other supplements, we have UK manufacturers, and it's all about able to give somebody a high enough dose if they're deficient, whereas most over-the-counters are, we can give this to anybody regardless of what their levels are. So, a simple one, if you need to correct someone's B12 or folate, that's a very different thing to taking B12 or folate in a multivitamin. So it's taking what you would normally do in a clinic as a doctor to fix something. Obviously, there's a big difference between active forms of supplements. Again, a simple one, cyanocobalamin, not particularly active. Methylcobalamin is active. So, but you as average consumer, it's very difficult for them to understand the difference between those two.
Yeah. Yes. Then also the time's up. Thank you for the presentation. And again, people want to know more about your company, they know now where to reach out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, the third company for this session, I can again relate to very well to the problem they're solving. As mentioned, I worked as a paramedic, and one type of problem we often saw there was dislodgement of intravenous catheters, because you manage to put the catheter into the arm, put on, for example, an infusion, and then the patient moves their arm, and because it's a very stiff system, the needle usually goes out of the arm, and you have a lot of blood everywhere. Now we will learn from Katharina Hedberg, the CEO of Tata Medical, how this can be prevented in the future.
Thank you so much for the great introduction. So, hi, I'm Katharina, CEO and co-founder of Tata Medical. Our journey started with the EU-funded innovation program, where we spent 8 intense months at the Children's Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. The most frequent invasive procedure is infusion therapy. 3.8 billion tubes are used annually in Europe and the US. 10% of these get accidentally dislodged during use, with massive consequences, adding up to 28 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption. We will start watching a short video introducing the world's first ever market-ready breakaway connector for IV lines. Tata Medical's Relink reduces the risk of accidental IV dislodgement. Relink enables safer therapies for patients and nurses. Relink promotes accurate dosage and avoids spillage. Since it is reconnectable, Relink reduces the time to restart the line and saves valuable nursing time by the bed. When we started working with Relink, we saw the needs from a lot of different wards and angles. Relink is a platform technology laying the foundation for an entire product family with a wide application in profile in human and animal infusion therapies in both hospital and home care settings. And the base of our Relink is pretty much the same all over the field with slight changes. Relink Care is a breakaway connector designed specifically for gravitational IV and bears the CE mark. A clinical trial is planned for 2021 in Sweden, in Uppsala. Relink Advanced is created to be used with infusion pumps and all IV fluids, including blood and blood products. Here we plan a multi-center clinical trial in 2 European countries, and that has been funded by the European Union's FTI project. Relink Closed System is designed as a closed system connected device to protect healthcare professional exposure to toxic drugs. Here we are planning a clinical trial at 2 university hospitals in Germany. Relink Digital comes with monitoring and communication ability to care for the needs in the home care market. Relink Veterinary is designed specifically for the requirement of animal care product. And here we work in collaboration with the only animal university hospital in Sweden. And the trial is planned for the autumn this year. When the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite. We made it weaker. The weak link activation, where a link separates into 2 parts, prevents the catheter from being ripped from the patient in case of an accidentally pulled IV line, reducing the consequences. Relink features double-sided, etc. A lot of those things reduce the entire consequences. The state of the market competitor today are only working with improving the effectiveness. But once there is an accident, the consequences are still there. The benefits all add up to make a better life for healthcare professionals and patients. Something that our entire team share and value. Christopher, one of the founders, is a medical doctor specializing in anesthesiology. Rebecca, our CEO, also co-founder, has a PhD in engineering sciences. I'm also, co-founder and CEO, and I'm an engineer with an MBA. The rest of the team are highly qualified as well, some with PhD and some with background from top-tier consultancy firms such as KPMG and Ernst & Young. And we bring together a lot of different experience required to bring a medtech product to the market. But we're not alone. We have a huge network and an ecosystem around us to help us with these things. To access hospital for trial studies and evaluation has become a lot trickier with the pandemic, and we're very proud of the network and that we've been able to secure funding for several studies. And we use these as stepping stones to allow Relink to be used in more advanced application and create optionality. This approach has caught the attention of several larger business-to-business players, and we're in discussion with several of them. Some sell, some manufacture, some do both. And there are different streams of possibility and collaboration partners for us. And these are all very interesting discussions, of course, and we would love to share those with the different revenue streams and projections with potential investors. We would like to welcome investors on board, primarily from medtech, life science, and pharma experience. We open around after the summer and we'll be looking at 4 million euros. 1.5 of those we've already found, and the money will be used to increase the team, commercialization, and manufacturing. And we see an exit opportunity after approximately 3 years with an IPO. There are obviously different exit opportunities, but this is one that we are moving toward. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And as usual, I open the floor for questions. Anessa?
Yes, thank you, Katarina, for a great presentation. So interesting product. I have some questions, but let's start with the last question that just popped into my mind. Why would you want to IPO? Why don't you want to be acquired?
No, it could be acquired. I mean, that would be one possibility. That can happen before. That can happen shortly. It can happen in the long run. And we want to sort of some of our employees have been given options, etc. So we actually see that it might be. And we have a lot of. We visited Nasdaq and checked the requirements, and we have, as a medtech company, we have quite a lot of processes in place. So we thought it would actually, if we walk towards the IPO, if an M&A happens, it happens. Yeah.
Okay, and then my second question is, do you have FTO? Do you have freedom to operate?
Yeah, we have done our what do you call it? Our patent attorney has done freedom to operate. I think I would say light for us, because I mean, if we look, we had a call earlier today with a business-to-business player who sell in 110 countries. I'm sure our freedom to operate, I'm not sure, if it covers all the 110 countries. So I think some of those things need to be reevaluated. We are looking into having a licensing deal or, moving forward.
And my last question is your studies. You said it's a multi-center study that you want to perform in 2 countries. So what are the primary endpoints of your study?
It's to compare. It's in Coimbra in Portugal, and in Barcelona, and the project is already funded, and we're going to evaluate what happens after accidents happen and what we can prevent, because there could be, if it's just ripped out, it could be follow-up effects, etc.
So the primary endpoints will be accidents?
Yeah. Well, what we can save from it, and how much hospitals can save by actually having our product on board.
Okay. Thank you very much, Katarina, and good luck with your fundraising.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the questions, Anessa. Just one short follow-up also on the pricing of the product and thereby the placing in the market, because, I mean, the current solution costs, I guess, cents to have. So, and I assume that your pricing will be higher.
Yeah, when it's different pricing possibility in different wards, and what you're. We did say €3 per piece when we were evaluating, doing a cross-reference overall and considering how much the hospital actually saves, and that would be if they were put on each and every patient. But one could probably, in some areas, if we would start as a niche product, one can take more. But if it would go into every orthopedic, it could be worth less. So it's going to be a span. And the hospitals are going to earn a lot of money. Yeah. Save, basically. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction to the company. And then we will move on to the last company for today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Which is DeepMed. And they aim to digitalize and automate the analysis of histopathology images, which historically seen still works the same way as many, many years ago and has seen little disruption in the last years. But now Emanuel Aptakis, the CCO of DeepMed, will explain how they plan to change that.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I hope you can hear me. You can see my screen.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Then, a suspected cancer diagnosis is an emotionally testing time for patients and their families, marking the start of a journey through a maze of diagnostic procedures, surgery, and decisions about therapy. Cancer services are currently overloaded. The health professionals are stretched, and the choice of diagnostics and therapeutic options has become more and more complex to navigate through, and it is going to get more complex in future. The pandemic has just made things worse. It is now accepted by most experts that the machine learning can and will play a significant role in improving the accuracy, efficiency, and quality of most stages of cancer patients' journey, starting from histopathology, which is the immediate focus of DeepMed, a particularly stressed area. Histopathology is a crucial link in the cancer treatment chain, used for staging and grading tumors and helping to match the best therapy with each patient. Since 2017, DeepMed has attracted more than £1 million in funding through the HPRI program in collaboration with NHS trusts in the UK to make the first steps in digital medicine in terms of supporting histopathologists, specifically to identify metastasis in lymph nodes and assist with disease staging. Our award-winning machine learning models can improve accuracy, currently at 95% and targeting more than 98%, and save time, crucially, currently saving twice to 2 times and targeting 3 to 4 times time saving, at the same time while keeping the experts in the driving seat. With our first product for breast cancer, which is currently ready for the market, DeepMed has developed methodologies, strategies, and intellectual property to extract valuable information from histopathology images. Such information methodologies are the foundation of our plan to develop products of direct relevance to each step of a cancer patient's journey, accurate, fast, and personalized. Our DeepPath Lydia is our first product, currently about to reach CE marking. Our model scans the images, finds all regions of interest, however well hidden, and presents them to doctors for confirmation. Our validation shows that Lydia helps experts deliver diagnosis in less than half the time and with higher accuracy. DeepMed is ahead of the competition by using unsupervised learning with generative adversarial networks to deliver the first pan-cancer solution, which can be used across all cancer types, increasing Lydia's total accessible market 5-fold. This gives DeepMed a unique competitive advantage, even over companies with a strong fundraising track record. At the same time, DeepMed's products work in a complementary way with a lot of those competitors, creating integrated solutions for clinics and patients, creating a critical mass and accelerating traction for the whole sector. Our products is engineered to work with any hardware to deliver its results within the large-scale software platforms that are favored by the last hospital end users. Lydia has a compelling value proposition for all stakeholders. Its simplicity, its unobstructive method of delivery, and its decision support nature makes it an ideal entry point for AI solutions in clinical workflows. The business model has strong SaaS elements with all the associated benefits, including very high margins and high customer lifetime value. The global total accessible market for Lydia is about £500 million. Cross-selling of our subsequent products is a strong element of our long-term strategy. For example, our planned recurrence prediction products family on its own has a TAM of about £1 billion in a market with expected growth rate of more than 13%. Our sales channel goes via system integrators and local distributors, supported by our internal expert sales team and strong in-house customer support function. A key component of our market entry strategy is our close collaboration with system integrators with the capacity to provide end-to-end solutions to large trusts. For example, we are working closely with Fujifilm in the UK, having participated in common advertising and promotions to several NHS trusts with considerable success. Others include Philips, Sectra, which is a Swedish company, Hamamatsu, Leica, etc. The pandemic has accelerated the introduction of digital pathology in the NHS in the UK and other major markets. There are currently many trusts that bid for installing histopathology infrastructure, with AI solutions following right after. We're lining up trials with selected trusts, for example, Nottingham University hospitals, as well as smaller size independent pathology labs. The same trends emerge in other major European markets, and we're already in discussion in France and Italy, with trusts looking into digital pathology, digital solutions in histopathology. Our leadership team includes individuals with a distinguished career in academic, entrepreneurial, and global corporate positions, and a world-class track record on machine learning applications in biotech and healthcare. Being near revenue, we look for a bridge capital injection of 500K, primarily to support market introduction activities until a multi-million Series A, which is planned for next year, for early 2022. This will allow us to deliver on our product roadmap and extract value from our know-how while creating high-impact solutions and improving outcomes across the patient's journey. Please get in touch for an in-depth information pack. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then we have again 5 minutes of time for questions. I would start with one. How do you address the quality of the staining and the slides prepared, basically, because that can be, of course, a very...
That's obviously a critical question, and thank you for that. That is exactly why this is not the easiest thing to create for a solution that will work with any scanner and with any lab. Any lab can have a slightly different staining recipe, and even the exact staining can change from month to month, from batch to batch. And of course, the human experts are easy to adjust and find the right answers regardless. That's not so straightforward for machine learning models. So there's a lot of pre-processing of the image data to standardize them and make them standard to use for the models. And also we have trained the models with images coming from several labs, several scanners, and several procedures and individuals. And finally, there's expected to be a validation and potential tweaking of the models with some customers if they have a very different methodology for their own site, which will be very fast and quick and easy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then maybe looking on the long-term vision, what other implications for algorithms you're planning to go for? Other basically detections.
Thank you for that. Our most exciting long-term vision is to use histopathology, particularly H&E stained cancer slides, to predict recurrence. In cases where that will effectively replace or complement genetic tests, very complex genetic tests, which are very expensive. They cost several thousands of euros per test, and sometimes there's just not enough material for them to be carried out anyway. While in our solution, which is in principle validated on academic level, can deliver results in a few minutes from the first preparing the slides, and as opposed to a couple of weeks that the digital the PCR-based methodologies can deliver, and obviously with an incremental cost which is significantly lower. That's our major. That's our next major step. The key to creating that product is to have access to the right data set. As you can imagine, talking about prediction of recurrence prediction, you have to have data sets that have followed patients for a decade or more, and those data sets are rare. We have access to such a data set already, and beyond that, we are working with a different consortium in collaboration with academic and other SMEs to combine other information coming from healthcare records or proteomics, genomics, etc., together with pathology and radiology images to get a more holistic approach and try to score effectively therapeutic options. That's the ultimate goal. but we won't go there alone. It will be a collaboration to get there.
Yeah, thanks. And then maybe just one last question to make sure that in case some pathologists are watching here and they are maybe wondering, are you going to replace the pathologist in the long run, or are you remaining a support tool?
In the short term, definitely, most certainly not. The product as it is designed at the moment, it leaves the pathologist right into the decision seat, and actually, if anything, it helps improve the skill of less experienced pathologists. It's basically like having an extremely experienced pathologist on your shoulder, pointing you at the right direction, and there is. I mean, to be honest, if you ask the pathologists, they don't really enjoy finding metastasis on lymph nodes. It's an essential part of the workday. It takes quite a bit, too much of their time, and it's not particularly exciting as a task. So as soon as the software becomes good enough and it's validated to the highest possible level, and that will take years, maybe the pathologists themselves will choose to trust the software. That's not our strategy at the moment. Our strategy is to keep them on the driving seat 100%.
Okay, thank you for the answers. And with that, I thank also all the startups, jury members, and all the people watching the live stream for their time to join us here today. And I wish you then a nice afternoon and a nice rest of the event. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marcus.
Good afternoon, Stockholm. Good afternoon, Berlin, Barcelona, and London. My name is Jürgen Osterbrink, and within the next 15 minutes, I will present you the life of Edison Care, and then ask the technician to start my presentation, please. Perhaps with the first slide, this will be helpful. Thank you. It's about development and deployment of Edison Care. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I will talk about the structure of Edison. I will talk about the deployment of the original US American version and the transversion and the deployment to the European version. I will depict you in a second some difference between the cultural changes and the changes in research and content. Next slide, please. The major health challenges, HCC and the EU will be highlighted. Of course, also nursing care in the EU, the digitization from the viewpoint of the EU, and telecare as innovative care concept. And there's helicopters flying by next to my office. We need, as quick as the helicopters be, a new viewpoint of our healthcare in Europe. Next slide. We face digitization and demographic changes interrelated, and here you see a nearly historical article from the British Medical Journal, where it was forecasted 1990 and in the viewpoint of 2020 that we will have 2020 almost 75% of our patients suffering from chronic diseases. And the forecast was absolutely correct. We're having mostly of our patients are elderly and suffering from chronic diseases. And that's why if the structure of our patients are changing, we have to adapt also our health system based on the major challenges. Next one, please. The beginnings are that we have to face differently nursing care with a different viewpoint than 100 years ago. And also in the US, the change started as early as 1909 with the first implementation of university-based courses. And we have seen throughout this 112 years a major change within nursing care and direct care in the US. But now we are facing worldwide an imbalance and a shortage of nursing care, of physicians, of physiotherapists, not only in the US, but also in the EU. In the EU member states, actually, nearly 3 million nurses are practicing on a diploma and or bachelor level. Also, that due to the fact that physicians and nurses, number of physicians and nurses are increased by 10% within the last 10 years, we will not cover the retirement phase of the baby boomer generation, and we will not cover the demands and the requirements for better health care of patients suffering from chronic diseases. Next one, please. That's why we have to, due to digitization, optimize healthcare at home. Our patients have to stay as long as possible with a good quality of life at home, and we have to foster autonomous living in old age. But are the technical solutions already on the market available, acceptable, and usable? And you will find within the next 9 minutes, yes. Next one, please. Pardon me. And here you can click throughout, please. Thank you. Due to digitization, we have already electronic health record installed in most Western societies. We are having a substantial health portal, online pharmacies, AAL system in the beginning of the development. We have as beginning phase telemedicine, especially for patients suffering from cardiac disease. But it's just the beginning. And if we combine telecare and telemedicine, then we are having a really innovative care concept. Next slide, please. There is a number of evidence, and you can click throughout this slide as well, please. Telecare for patients suffering from diabetes, from Parkinson, suffering from pain and depression, suffering from mental diseases. And I think that we have basic evidence, and now we have to find a way to combine the evidence with technological solutions and access to the patient's homes. Next slide, please. Telecare is not a new concept. Already in the 60s, you see here in the left upper picture that nurses at Norfolk State Hospital, together with a brave cameraman, are responsible for a structured patient education. As well, some years later, our Canadian colleagues are doing this as well, structured patient education. And Edison Care is Telecare 3.0. Edison Care moves into EU houses. Next slide. We will, and you can click throughout, please, again. We will integrate the to measure vitals. This is already integrated in the EU system as well as in the US American system. We will help patients to deal with the medication management, to increase adherence. Now, since the last 20 years, we talk always about to increase compliance. But now, 2021, adherence is in the focus. And of course, a tutorial for our patients that they are feeling safe and good and informed. We will integrate video consultations by trained nurses on a master level, advanced nurse practitioners, also for GPs. We will integrate physical therapy protocols. We want to reduce falls at home based on an emotional analysis for gait, balance, and fall risk assessment. And we want to be 24/7 in the homes for patients and their direct caregiver, being a companion for patients and, of course, also the direct caregiver. Next slide, please. The benefits is an overall improvement of the patient health outcomes. And our first results are showing that it's easy to work with the platform of Edison. It's easy to communicate directly, and it's also easy to set alarms either by Edison directly or by the client. It's more effective and affordable methods of managing chronic conditions. For instance, if our clients, if our patients are suffering from a cardiac disease, you have the control via the vitals and all vitals, whether your therapy is correctly administered, whether your patient has more substantial questions, and if so, there is a direct nurse, there is a direct GP or a specialist physician to take care. You reduce medication mistakes, reduce a number of primary and secondary complications, and also everything, every dot you see here below, increase the health economic output. Next slide, please. The next one, please. How we are doing this? We're having a natural language understanding and an automatic speech recognition on a platform on a modified desk that we can communicate with Edison directly. Next slide, please. Here, this is patient Jürgen, still smiling, and he's calling Edison, and Edison responds, next one, directly. Next slide, please. You can click throughout this again. Edison inform patient Jürgen, we want to measure your vitals now. Do you need more help from my side, or do you need a primary nurse? Do you need your GP? And now we will manage your drugs. you take the right drug in the right time in the right dosage. I'm Edison responsible for you, Jürgen, that you get a very safe environment. And this is important. We increase with Edison Care patient safety dramatically. Next slide, please. We are doing this in the patient homes. Our focus is in hospitals, nursing homes, and in closely cooperations with practitioners, nurse practitioner as well as GPs. Because if it's necessary, we will stay in very close contact with patients, other professions, direct caregivers. For instance, if you are treating a patient in a palliative care situation, you can be very closely not only monitoring, but also help the patient to stay comfortable. This is mostly important in a palliative care situation, as you know. Next slide, please. This is a development of our colleagues in the US. You see here a very typical kitchen. You see a very typical American living room. For the EU part, next slide, we modified the kitchen as well as the living room. Next slide, please. As you see here, this is a kitchen which is very normal for the northern and West European countries, and this is a more or less very common living room. See this always in comparison. Our patients have to be comfortable and they want to see Edison in their home settings. At least they want to recognize that it's a similar home setting like at home. Next slide. The telecare as conclusion, we have to have a good infrastructure for telecare and use of technologies. Now is the time, 2021, where G5 is knocking on our front door, where this is our learning on due to COVID, due to the horrible pandemic. We have to have not only infrastructure, we have to use also the telecare systems. We have to change to integrate patients into the care process on an ongoing basis and to adapt linguistic and cultural needs to raise professional care to a new system level. And you see here our next steps. I know, and I apologize for the misspelling of research. The research-based testing of Edison is fundamental because we are interested to offer an evidence-based system. We have first evidence, but we want to be very sure that everything what Edison is doing, is thinking, and is acting is on an evidence-based level. This is what we are doing. Next slide, please. Not only in Salzburg, as you see here, also in Stockholm, also in Barcelona, also in London, and also in other cities, big or small cities within the EU. And I'm very happy to answer questions, and thank you so much for your attention. And I'm heading back to the technician.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this whole week. The giant team of the Health Tech Innovation Week across Europe. So 5 cities in 5 days. We've got through an amazing amount of material, great agenda, amazing speakers, all put together by Giant. I'd like to say a special thank you to the entire Giant team, the people working AV, Sunny Sethi from the Explosive Group, the curators putting the amazing speakers together, ensuring that we run on time. Also for the wider community of the Giant team, bringing this together for you, and the conference makers, of course. A special thank you to our sponsors, of course. We have Barclays Bank, Vodafone Business, as well as Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you so much for your support throughout this week and over the last few months to bring this conference together.
Well, thank you, Shafi. And of course, thank you once again to our entire audience who've been dialing in the many thousands from all across Europe. Today's been a fabulous day, an important part of European Health Tech Innovation Week. And we're extremely grateful, as Shafi said, to our sponsors and to our partners, our curators, and of course, thank you from the bottom of my heart to the entire Giant Health team. Everybody has worked so hard and delivered such fabulous results. So thank you very much. I'd also just like to announce that, of course, coming up on the 30th of November, we are having year 7 of the Giant Health event. According to the Financial Times, the Giant Health event is Europe's largest annual event in the area of healthcare, technology, and innovation. If you'd like to learn more about that, please go to our website, www.giant.health. In addition to that, Giant publishes a free of charge weekly email newsletter, which you can subscribe to, which is packed every single week with exciting, valuable content about the latest innovations in healthcare, technology, and innovation, job vacancies, announcements of deals done, fundraising calls, and a lot of additional opportunities to learn more about the important world of innovation in healthcare and technology. One more thing I'd like to announce is Giant's weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV. If you have an announcement to make, or if you'd like to join the Healthy Innovators Live TV show each week, send us a message and you can learn more about that on the Giant website. So that's our weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV, featuring some of the latest innovation and some of the best entrepreneurs, investors, clinicians, and other people that are working at the cutting edge of healthcare, technology, and innovation.